sale today. We got about just over 100 lots to get through, some cool number plates in today's auction, as well as some lovely vehicles, as you can see, around yourselves here today. So we're going to start with lot number 201. First lot of the day, 1990 BMW 318i. Touring there, look at that. To be offered today with no reserve. Look at it. Beautiful, beautiful BMW. No reserve today. I've got several commission bids that I'm going to have to run straight in. I'm going to go 500, 600, 800, 1,000, 1,200. I'm going to go 1,300 is my commission bid now at £1,300. Would anyone like 14? At 1,300, 14 in the middle. 15's back to me. At 1,500 here. At 1,500, 1,500, my commission bidder. One more might do it. At 1,500 is the bid. On the commission bid here. At 1,500, 1,500, first lot of the day. It's going to sell. 1,600's in online. My commission bids are out. Online bid, you're in Shropshire. With you now. At 1,600 is the bid. Would anyone like 17? At 1,600, 17's bid. At 17, welcome this morning in Ireland with you at 1,700. At 1,700, 1,700. At 1,700, are we finished and done online? Would you like to go 18? At 1,700, are we finished? 18's bid. Shropshire's back in now at £1,800. At 1,800, 1,800. At 1,800, would anyone else like to come in for 19? At 1,800, hammers up. First lot of the day. At 1,800, 1,800. Once then. 19's bid, Ireland, you're back in. At 1,900 is the bid. At 1,900, 1,900, with you online. At £1,900, are we finished and done? At 1,900, 1,900, hammers up now then. At 1,900, once, twice, finished, done, and selling online at £1,900. Sold at £1,900. Yeah. Okay. 2 seconds. Right, just being told, give the wrong fees this morning. It's 12.5% plus VAT, subject to a minimum of 500 plus 50. Yep. There we go. Just to clarify that, I said 18%. I don't know where I got that from. Many apologies. It's only 12.5. There we go. Right. Lot number 202 this time. Lot number 202. This lovely MG Midget there. Lovely MG Midget. It's the 1275, subject to extensive restoration. This one in 2014 to 2017. It looks great running and riding on your screens now. I don't know who's got 5,000 to start. 5,000 to come in on this one, surely. I'm going to go in with my commission interest then at 4.2. At 4,002 is bid. At 4.2, 4.4. At 4,400 now. At 4.4 is bid. Would anyone like 4.6? At 4,006, 4.8's back in. At 4,800 on my book. At 4.8 the bid. 5 if you're coming in now online. 5,000 is the bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000 is the bid. Online with you here at £5,000. At 5,002, back to my commission bidder. At 5.2. At 5,002. 5.4, one more. 5.4, I'm going to have to go 5.5, and I'll take 5.6 if you want to continue. At 5,005 with me. At 5,500 is my commission bidder at the minute. At 5.5. At 5,500 online, would you like to go 5.6? At 5,005. At 5,500, are we finished and done then? At just £5,500. At 5.5, with my commission bidder here on the book at 5,500. Finished and done. It's your last chance in fair warning online. If you're coming back in, it's now or never. 5.6. My commission interest out. You're in online at 5,006. At 5,600 is the bid. At 5.6, 5.6. At 5,600, are we finished and done here? At 5,600 and on outright sell. Sells today. Hammers up at 5,006. At 5,600, the bid then once. At 5,600, the bid then twice. We're selling online with you at £5,600. Finished and done. Sold at 5.6, 6,339. Thank you very much, online bidder. Moving down we go to lot number 203, the 2005 Mercedes-Benz. It's the CLS. It's the 55 AMG there. Lovely AMG, this one. Several commission bids left with me. I'm going to have to go straight in at £6,000. Joint commission bidders there at £6,000. I can't do anything about that, but it's on sale from the word go. £6,000 to the person who left the commission bid first. At 6,000, 6,000. At 6,000, it's going to sell today. At 6,000, let's go 1. Is that 6-1 in the middle? 6-1's bid. At 6,001. At 6,100, commission bidders are out. At 6,100 in the middle of the room. At 6,162's online. At £6,200, you're in. 6,3's online. At 6,003. At 6,300 is the bid. It's selling today, so make no mistake, online bidders. 6,4. At 6,400, your bid. At 6,4, 6,4, 6,4. Would anyone like 6,5? At 6,400, the bid then hammers up. If you're coming back in, it's now or never online. At 6,400, once, twice, 5. 6,005. At 6,000, 6,500, your bid in Essex. Welcome to you. At 6,005, it's against you now. 6,6's bid. At 6,600, the bid. At 6,000, 6,006. Are we finished and done here at 6,600? Would you like to go again, online bidder? At 6,600, the bid then once. At 6,600, the bid then twice. Finished and done, £6,600. Hammers up and away it goes, this time at 6,6. Sold for 6,006, 8650, 8650, £6,600. Your bid online. Thank you very much. Lot number 204 then is this 1929. It's the Vauxhall Groves, no there. Coupe, no reserve car again. Have a good look. Restoration project for someone over the winter. Have a good look here then. Where are we up to? Nothing on my book on this one. Who's got £1,000 to start? Restoration project there. £1,000 to start, surely. £1,000? Anyone interested for 1,000? How about £500 to go then? £500. 1929 Vauxhall. £500 to start me off. Anyone interested at 5? How about £250 then? Surely there's got to be a bid here at 250. No reserve project. 250 down front. Thank you, sir. At 250's bid. At 250, 250, 250. At 250, we'll go 300 and then we'll go in hundreds if we can. At 250 is the bid. Would anyone like 3? At £250 is the bid now at 250. Are we finishing done here? It must be sold. So make no mistake, at £250, hammers up. 300 online. 300, I'll take 4 if you want to come back in. At 300 is the bid now, online bidder. At 300, 300, 300, with you in Shropshire now at £300. Would anyone else? I'll go 50 again. We'll stay in the 50s. We'll sell it to the nearest £50 on this one. At 300 is bid. Would anyone like another 50 now? At 300, 300, finished and done then. Hammers up this time. At £300 once. At £300 twice. Finished done in selling. Sold. 12111. Thank you very much. Online bidder, that's yours. Moving on to lot number 205. We got our first registration plate of the day. It's 1 VHU here. Anyone start me off on this one? Who's got 10,000 to start? 10,000 to start me off on the number plate. How about £5,000? 5,000 to start it off today. £5,000 surely. 5 if you're coming in. Anyone interested at 5? 5,000? Go to 3 then. I won't go any lower. £3,000 to kick it off. 333. Anyone interested today at £3,000 here? Number plate. 3's bid online. Thank you, online bidder. At 3,000 bid. At 3,000, we'll go in 500s on this one. At 3,000 is the bid now 3. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At £3,000 is the bid. Are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance in fair warning at 3,500. New bidder. Welcome to you in Derbyshire. You're in now at 3,005. At 3,000, 3,005. At 3,500 is the current bid here at 3,500. And 4 is back in now at £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000. At £4,000 is the bid here now at 4. At 4,000, 4,000. Are we finished and done at £4,000? At 4,000 for the first time then here online. At 4,000, 4,000 twice. Finished and done then at £4,000. Online bidder there. We'll submit that bid for you there, online bid at £4,000. That is a provisional bid there at £4,000. Moving on to lot number 206. Another registration one then. The KOJ1, or Koji as it looks there. Start me off on this one again. Let's go 5,000 to start. Anyone interested at 5? £5,000 for this one. Anyone interested at 5? We'll go to 3 again to start. 3,000 to get it going. 333. Anyone interested at £3,000 to start me off? 3's in and away. Online bid. At 3,000, we'll go 5 again. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At £3,000 is the bid now at 3. At 3,000, 3,000. Are we finished and done at just 3,000? 3,500's in. At 3,005. New bidder there. At 3,005. Your bid online. At 3,005. At 3,500 is the bid now at 3,500. Would anyone else like to come in for 4? At 3,005. At 3,500 the bid then. Are we finished? Are we done? Online. Last chance in fair warning then. 3,500 once, twice. Finished, done. 3,500. We'll submit that bid for you online. 18486. Moving on to lot number 207, this time is the 2006 Suzuki Carry. Probably one of my favorite lots in the sale. I've had a good look at this one outside. A very quirky, cool looking truck. And you definitely do not see many of them. And it's very low mileage, approximately 900 miles on this one as well. I'm going to start straight in with my commission bid at £2,000. At 2,000 is the bid now at 2. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. At 2,000 is the bid. 2,2's bid now 2,2. You're in online at 2,002. At 2,200 is the bid 2,4. At 2,400, 2,6 in the middle. At 2,6 bid, thank you, sir. At 2,600, we're bid now 2,8 online. At 2,8 in 3,000, 3,2, 3,2 here, 3,4. At 3,4, 3,4, 3,4, 3,6. At 3,006, taking the head, walking away now. At 3,600 is the bid. At 3,6, 3,8's online, sir. At 3,008, 4,000 bid. At 4,000 now. At £4,000 the bid now, 4 is bid. Online, you coming back for another one. At 4,000, 4,000. Are we finishing done here at just £4,000? At 4,000, finishing done then. At 4,000 once. 4,2's back in. At 4,200 a bid now, Derbyshire's in. 4,2, 4,4 in the centre seated. At 4,004. At 4,400, we're bid now at 4,400 here. At 4,4. Would anyone like 4,6? At 4,400, finishing done then. Last chance. Fair warning online at 4,6 is bid. Back in, Derbyshire's in. At 4,006. At 4,600 is bid. 4,8. Thank you again, ma'am. At 4,008. At 4,800 is the bid. Online, are you coming back in? Would you like to go 5? 5,000 bidder there. At 5,2. 5,2 against you, sir. Left-handed now. At 5,2, 5,2, 5,2. At 5,002. I'll tell you what, we'll go 5,3 if it helps anyone out now. At 5,2 seated in the middle. At 5,002. Online, 5,3 here. At 5,003. 5,4 back in now at 5,004. Ladies bid. 5,5 on sale now at 5,005. At 5,500 is the bid. At 5,005. 5,6. At 5,6 seated now at 5,006. At 5,600 is the bid here at 5,006. At 5,6, 5,6. At 5,600, 5,7 it goes on. And 5,8, thank you for your fast bid back in at 5,008. At 5,800 is the bid now at 5,008. At 5,000, 5,800, are you coming back in online? At 5,800 once. 5,9's bid. 5,009 and 6,000 already. At 6,000, 6,000 seated in the middle. At £6,000. 6,1 online. At 6,001. At 6,100 is the bid. Online bid here at 6,001. Hammers up. At 6,100 it goes once. Online here at 6,100 twice. And selling online at £6,100 finished and done. 6,2, thank you. At 6,002. At 6,200 is the bid now at 6,2. At 6,200, I'm going to count you down online once, twice. 6,3 back in. 6,003. At 6,300 with the online bidder now at 6,003. Would anyone else like 6,4? At 6,300 once. At 6,300 twice. And it sells to the online bidder at £6,300. Sold at £6,300 to bidder number 4330. Thank you very much. 4330. Moving on down we go to lot number 208, 2001 in the year. It's the Range Rover Vogue. It's the 4.6 here. Done about 97,000 miles. It's got a fresh MOT on it. Drives and presents well. Lovely looking thing. Start me off. Who's got 3,000 for it? 3,000 for a Range Rover, surely. 333. Anyone interested to start me off here at £3,000? 3,000, surely. How about 2 then? 2,000. 2's bid. Seated now at £2,000. We'll go in 200s on this one. 2 in online at 2,002. At 2,200, 2,4's bid here, 2,4. At 2,004, 2,6, thank you. Gentleman's bid now at 2,006. At 2,000, 2,600 is the bid. 2,8 if you're coming back in online. At 2,006, or anyone else in the room, would you like to go again? 2,8's bid online. At 2,008, 3? 3's bid. Telephone bidder now at £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000 on the phone. At £3,000 is the bid now. On wheels telephone then at 3. At 3,000, 3,000, finishing done. Online, would you like to go again? Yes, please, they say. 3 2s back in. At 3,002. At 3,000, 3,200. 3 4. Telephone bidder. Thank you very much. You're in now at 3,004. At 3 4, 3 4, 3 4. At 3,400 is the bid on Will's telephone here, right-handed at 3,400. 3 6 is back in online. 3,006. At 3 6 is the bid. At 3,006. At 3,000, 3,600 with the online bidder here at 3,006. Would you like 3 7? At 3,600 is the online bid, then once at £3,600. Twice at £3,600. Are we finished? 4,000. 4,000, he says on the telephone. That's how you do it. At 4,000 is the bid. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. I'll take one, though, online. If you want to come back in for one more, make it nice and quick. Is it £4,000 on the telephone? At 4 is the bid. 4,1. 4,001. At 4,000, 4,100. Online bidder here at 4,100. Somewhere in the United Kingdom, it's with you. At 4,001. At 4,100 is bid now. Are we finished and done? At 4,001. At 4,100 is the bid. Hammers up. At 4,100 is the bid now at 4,1. Are we finished and done on the telephone? At 4,100. He's slowing me down. At 4,100, he says. Got to be fair to the online bidder on the telephone. At 4,001. £5,000. Yes, please. 5,000 is bid. It was worth the wait. At 5,000 now. Telephone bidder, you're in. And we're on outright sale, so it's going to sell today. Telephone bidder at 5. I'll take 5,2 if you want to come back in now. At £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000. Hammers up. Online bid. Would you like to go again? It's going to sell. 5,2 against you now, Will. At 5,002. Say 5,5 next if we can. At 5,002. It's going to sell. At 5,200 is the bid. 5,5? 5,005 back in telephone. Bidder now at 5,5. Let's go 5,8. At 5,005. Are we finishing done? We're selling to the telephone at the minute. Online, I'm looking for you now. Hammers up at 5,500 once, twice. Selling. Telephone bidder's way at £5,500. Sold. 5,5. Bidder 2,000 at £5,500. Sold your way. Thanking you very much. Moving on to lot number 209. This time is the 1993 BMW. It's the 318i. This time the E30 Lux convertible. Their original untouched. Lovely looking thing. 42,000 miles showing great color. Good history file included. Who's got 10,000 to start? Anyone got 10 to start? We'll go to 8 then. 8,000 seems reasonable. £8,000 to get this one underway today. 8,000's in online. You think so too. Thank you very much, online bidder. We'll go 8,500 next at £8,000. Lovely BMW there at just £8,000 with the online bid at the minute. At 8,000, 8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000 is your bid here online at £8,000. 8,500, thank you. At 8,005, 9 if you're coming back in. At 8,005. At 8,500 is the bid now at 8,500. 9,000 bidder now at 9. Merseyside, local money at 9,000 is with you. At 9,000, 9,000. Would anyone like another 5? At 9,000 is the bid at the minute. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. Are we finished and done here online at £9,000? Would anyone like 5? At 9,000 is the bid. At 9,000 the bid then once. At 9,000, 9,000, 5. Back in now 9,500. Original bidder, you're in. At 9,005. At 9,500 is the bid. At 9,500, 9,500 underbidder. It's your turn now. Would you like to go £10,000? At 9,005. At 9,500, 9,500, 9,500. Finishing done then. Last chance in fair warning online. If you're coming back in for one more, we go once at 9,500. We go twice at 9,500. Finishing done then. We submit the bid to the vendor at 9,500. Provisionally with you online. That is 1096. Thank you very much. And that's 9,500 provisional bid. Moving on to lot number 210, the 1960 Daimler And there's no better person to go over to than this one, than the old Top Gear presenter, Mr. Steve Berry.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned it before I did. Tom, imagine it's the 1950s and you are one of the bosses at Daimler, which then was still Daimler, although they were owned, curiously, by a motorcycle company, BSA. You're watching the competition from Triumph, MG, and even Lotus sell loads of cars, particularly to Americans, and you think what we need to do is we need to build a sports car. And this is what they came up with, the Daimler Dart. Now, Edward Turner was no fool. He'd had a great success with motorcycles like the Speed Twin and the Triumph Bonneville and the Ariel Square 4. And he knew that there's one thing that Americans like more than cake, it's a V8 engine. So he stuck one underneath this fiberglass hood, an absolute gem of a 2.5-litre V8 with hemispherical heads. This particular example has been around since 1960. It's had a rather lovely respray about 10 years ago in Jaguar opalescent grey, and the seats have been recovered in black leather with white piping. Can you believe that at the time they sold this as a 2+2, which only counted if the other two were a pair of particularly feisty West Island Terriers called Angus and Hamish? Because a human being, even a child, I've had children and they've got legs. No human being could actually sit in the back of this car. A very distinctive car. Don't be obvious. Don't get the obvious MG or Triumph. Be smart. Buy a Dart.
Wow, there we go. And a beautiful looking car it is as well. You might be able to get your dog or a pet or something like that in the back if you're a friendly person. But there we go. Start the bidding off on this one at 15,000 if we can. 15,000 to get it going on the Daimler Dart. 15,000 surely. How about £10,000 to start then? 10,000 surely. 10,000. 10's bid. At 10,000 now, we'll go 10.5. At 10,000 is the bid. With you online at the minute at 10,000, 10,000. Your bid here, 10.5 in the middle there at 10.5. Before you online, unfortunately, 10.5. 11's back in, £11,000 at 11,005. At 11.5, 11.5, 11.5. At 11,005, 12's back in now, 12 online at £12,000. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. Your bid online here in Drayton there at 12,000. At 12,000, 12,000. Would you like 5 again, sir? At £12,000 is the bid. 12.5 online. At 12,005. At 12,500 is the bid. New online bidder and 13 back in now. At 13,000. At 13,000, 13,000. At 13,000 is the bid. 13.5 in the middle. At 13.5. At 13.5, 13.5. At 13,500 is your bid here in the middle of the room. At 13.5 online looking for you now. Would you like to go again? At 13.5. At 13.5, 13.5, are we finished and done at just 13,500? At 13.5. At 13,500 a bid then, 13.5 is the bid then. Online looking for you now. We go once. So you ready your bid, sir, at 13.5. At 13.5, 13.5. Last chance in fair warning then. Gentleman's bid at 13,500. I'm going to count you down. Once. At 13,005. Twice. Finishing done at 13.5. Your bid, sir, at 13,525. Thank you. That is a provisional bid at £13,500 provisionally. Moving on down, we go to lot number 211 this time. Then it's the 1983 Jaguar. It's the XJ6, 4.2 litre engine on this one, to be offered with no reserve today. It says traditional British luxury saloon car there. I've got lots of bids there. You're in online. We'll start with your bid, 1,000. Going to go 1,200, 1,300 bid. At 1,300, I need 14 next. At 1,300 is the bid now, 13. At 13, 13, 14, back to me, 15. My bidder now at 1,500. 1,600 here, thank you, sir. At 1,600, my commission interest is out now at 1,600. At 1,600, 1,600. Would anyone like 17s in online? 18 back in now, gentleman's bid at £1,800. At 1,800, 1,819. 2,000. Two's bid. At 2,001, 2,2, at 2,002. Thank you for your fast bidding. 2,3, at 2,004. At 2,4 is bid now at 2,004. 2,5's back in at 2,006. At 2,600 is the bid now at 2,007. At 2,007. 2,8. Thank you again, sir. At 2,800, gentleman's bid 2,9. They're quick online. At 2,009, 3's bid. At 3,000 is the bid now seated at the front at 3. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,001. 3,1 is the bid. 3-2 at 3,200 here. At 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. Are we finishing done online? Would you like one more? It's your last chance in fair warning. 3-3's bid. At 3,003. At 3,300 is the bid. Shaking the head is with you at the minute online. Would anyone else like 3-4? At 3,300 here. At 3,000, 3,003. Online bid with you now at £3,300. 3-4. Telephone making an entrance again at 3,004. At 3,400 is bid. At 3,004. Would you like 3-5? Yes, please. Online says 3-5 is bid. At 3,005. Would you like 3-6 on the phone? At 3,500, online bid here. At 3,005. Would anyone else like to come in for another bid? 3-6. Oh, 3,550, he says. Okay, we'll take it. At 3,550 is bid. At 3,550 is the bid now, 3,550. Come this far on a great battle like that, and you jump in at a 50. Online, 3-6. At 3,600 is bid. Would you like another 50 on the telephone? At 3,006. At 3,600 is the bid. At 3,600, the bid then 50. 3,650 back in. At 3,650, your bid. 3-7. At 3,700. At 3,007, shaking the head then. Online's bid at 3,700. Hammers up at 3,007. Once, twice, finished done and selling now with the online bidder at 3,007. Sold your way online at £3,700. And your bidder number was 3,552. Thanking you. Moving on to lot number 212, then we go down to this lovely looking Bentley Arnage, 2001 in the year. It's the red label then. Charming example of British icon. This one is done 75,000 miles. Lots of history of it. Comes with a book pack, classic color combination, drives and presents well. Start me off on this one. Who's got 10,000 to start? Anyone interested at £10,000? How about 5,000 then? 5,000 to get the ball rolling here. 5,000 surely. Bentley Arnage, red label, £5,000 is the bid. At 5,000, 5,000 will take the 5. At 5,000 is the bid. Coming in for a 500 anywhere else. At £5,000, 5,500, 5,500, 6,000 it goes on, 6,500. At 6,005, welcome in Australia at 6,005, but it's 7,000 against you. At £7,000. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. Would anyone else like another 5? At £7,000, 7,500, thank you online, you're in. At 7,005. 8,000 is the bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Are you big again, sir? At £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000. Finished and done. With you at the minute online. I'll take 250 now. If you want to come back in for the small bite, the call to bid, you coming back in. At £8,000 is an online bid. At 8,000, 8,000. Are we finishing done then? At £8,000. Last chance in fair warning. If you're going to bid, then bid now. At 8,000 once. At 8,000 twice. 8,250, Australia back in. At 8,250, your bid. At £8,250 is the bid now at 8,250. At 8,250 and 5. At 8,005. At 8,500 is your bid now. Would you like to go again, Australia? At 8,005. At 8,500 is the bid then once. At 8,500, a bid then twice. Finishing done then, we'll submit the bid online at £8,500. 8,750. 8,750, it goes on. At 8,750 is the bid now at 8,750. At £8,750 is with you in Australia. Underbidder, would you like to go again? At 8,750, we'll count you down now then. At 8,750, the bid then once. Twice. Finished and done then at £8,750. Provisionally with you in line. There we go. 17229, I think that was. £8,750. Provisional bid there. Thank you very much, Australia. We'll be in touch with you very shortly. Moving on we go. Next lot is lot number 213 this time. It's the 1973 Triumph Stag there. Lovely looking Stag, this one is. Great color combination on it as well. Got a few commission bids on my book. Right-hand drive, home market example. Over 17,500 spent on it since 2019. I don't know who's got 8,000 to start. Anyone interested at 8? Go down to my commission bidders then interested. I'm going to go 5,000, 5,2, 5,4, 5,6, 5,6 we start. At 5,006. At 5,600 is the bid. I'll take 5,8 if you want to come in. At 5,006. 5,8. 6,000 back to me. At £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000 is the bid here at the minute. 6,2, 6,4, 6,4 back in. At 6,004. At 6,000, 6,004. 6,6, 6,8, 6,8 is bid. At £6,800. At 6,000, 6,008. Would you like to come in for 7? At 6,000, 6,008. Are we finishing done at 6,008? 7,000, thank you. I'm going to have to go 7,2. 7,2's my bid. At 7,002. At 7,2, 7,4. I'm going to go 7,5 and then we'll take 7,6. If that's an indicator, I'll let you know. 7,6, I'm out, you're in. At 7,006, we'll go 7,8 next if we can then. At 7,006. At 7,600, would anyone else like another 2? At 7,6 is the bid here. Online, my commission interest is out now at £7,600. Would anyone else like 7,8? At 7,6. At 7,600, finished and done then. Last chance in fair warning then with the online bid at the minute at 7,600 once, twice. Finished and done then at £7,600. That's your bid online, 6,339 provisionally, 6,339 provisional bid there. Thank you very much, online bidder. We'll be in touch with you very shortly. Moving on to lot number 214. This one is the 1974. It's the Triumph TR6 this time. The TR6 there. Only 2 former keepers on this one, done about 73,000 miles. Let's start the bid off. I don't know, anyone got 10,000 to start on this one? 10,000 TR6? How about £8,000 then, surely? 8,000 to come in. 8's bid. Thank you online. You're in and away at 8,000. Let's go 8,5. At 8,000 is the bid. 8,5. Thank you very much, sir. At 8,5 in the middle. At 8,005. At 8,500 is the bid now at 8,5. At 8,005. Gentleman's bid here at £8,500. 9's back in online. Would you go 9,5, sir? At 9,095 gets the nod okay. At 9,005. 10 if you're coming back in now online. At 9,000, 9,500 is bid. At 9,5. At 9,005. Are we finishing done here at just £9,500? 10. 10's bid. At 10,000, 10,000. Would anyone like another 5? At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. At 10,000, are we finished and done? Would you like one more, sir? At £10,000. At 10,000, I'll tell you what, I'll take 10,2 if it helps anyone out. At £10,000 is an online bid here at 10,000. 200 if you're coming back in. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Finished and done then. We'll count you down online. At 10,002. At 10,2, 10,2, 10,2. In the room at 10,2. At 10,002. At 10,200, make it 10,4 if you want to come back in online. At 10,002, finished and done then. We'll submit the bid to the vendor at 10,002. Once, twice, finished and done. £10,200. Your bid, sir, at 10,2. That is provisional at 10,2. 979, thank you. Moving on down, we go to lot number 215. It's a 1988 Mercedes-Benz. This one is the 260E. Lovely looking old Mercedes, this one then. I'm going to start straight in with my commission bid at 2,200. At 2,2. I'll take 2,4 next. At 2,002. At 2,200, 2,4. At 2,4, 2,4, 2,4. At 2,400, 2,6. At 2,006. At 2,600 is the bid now at 2,006. At 2,6, 2,8. At £2,800, 3 bid. At 3,002. At 3,2, 3,2, 3,2. With you online at 3,002 and 3,4. At 3,004. At 3,400, would anyone like 3,6? At 3,002. At 3,200 is the bid now at 3,004. At 3,004. At 3,400 is bid. Queuing up online. Who's coming in next? 3,6. At 3,600 we're bid. It's all online here at 3,600 with you in Cambridgeshire at the minute at £3,600. Would anyone else like 3,8 now? At 3,006. At 3,600, are we finished? 3,8. At 3,008, gentleman's bid. Thank you, sir. At £3,800. At 3,8 is the bid. If you're coming back in online, it needs to be 4. 4 you do. At 4,002. At 4.2, gentleman's bid now at 4,002. Cambridgeshire, would you like 4.4? At £4,200. At 4.2 is bid. 4.4. At 4,004. At 4,400, would you like 4.6, sir? 4.6, thank you. At £4,600. At 4,000, 4,006. At 4,600 is the bid. At 4.6, 4.6, 4.6. Online, now or never. Would you like 4.8? At 4,600 then, for the first time. 4.8, telephone. Telephone making an entrance before you online as well. Both come in at the same time. Would you like to sneak it up to 5, sir? Yes? 5,000, thank you. Before you online. At 5,000, 5,000. Online or telephone, it's your turn. 5.2. Will you? 5.2. Online. 5.4 straight back in. Thank you again, sir. At 5,004. At 5,400 is the bid. Online, would you like to go 5.6? Or on the telephone, would you like to go 5.6? 5.6 is bid. 5,006. 5.6. I'll tell you what, I'm going to put it on outright sale and I'll take 5.7 from the next bidder. At 5,006 is bid on the telephone. We'll take 5.7 if it coming back in online or in the room. At 5,600. At 5,000, 5,600. Finished and done then. At £5,600, we go once with you on the phone at 5,600 twice and selling at £5,600. Sold, 5.6. $2,005. $2,005. Moving on we go to lot number 216, 1996 in the year. It's the Fiat Barchetta, no reserve there, rare Italian, 2-seater, lovely looking thing this is. Looks great in its color. It's over there. I've had a good look at this one. Absolutely love it. Beautiful thing. Got several commission bids, so other people obviously think so as well. I'm going to go straight in 1,000, 1,200, 1,400 is the bid we start. At 14, and I'll take 16, 18 back to me. 2,002 is my bid. 2.4 and I'm out at 2,004. At 2,400, gentleman's bid here at 2,004. At 2.4, 2.4, 2.4. At 2,400 is the bid. At 2,004, I'll take 2.5 if anyone wants to come in. At £2,400. Are we finished and done at just 2.4? At 2,000, 2,400, we'll start counting it down then at £2,400. Once. Twice. Hammers up and selling at £2,400. Your bid, sir, 2,004. 192, thank you, 192. 2,400 sold away. Good timing that was. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, how the provisional system works is lot number 8 from yesterday, the Suzuki GSX-R 750, now sold away for £7,500. There we go. Moving on to lot number 217, this time it's a 1991. It's a Vauxhall Astra GTE 8. Look at this. 1980s legendary motor vehicle. And we're going to start the bidding straight away with me at £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000 bid. At 4,000, take 2. 4.2's bid. 4.4. At 4,004. At 4.6. At 4,600 is the bid. At 4.6, 4.6 online, 4.8. At 4,008, 5,000 now. New online bidder, you're in. At £5,000, it's off to London at the minute. At £5,000, 5.2. At 5,002. At 5.2, 5.2, 5.2. At 5.2. At 5.4. At 5,400 is the bid. At 5,004. At 5,400. Would you like to go 5.6 online? One more. At 5.4. At 5,400. We're going to sell it today at £5,400. It's on sale and it's going to go at 5,004. At 5,004, I'll take 5.5 if it helps anyone out, but the hammer's up at 5,004. At 5.5. At 5,005. New bidder online at 5,005. Norfolk's in the lead now at 5.5. At 5,005. Underbidder, would you like to go 5.6? At 5,005. Finished and done then at 5,500. 5.6. Back in. At 5,006 and 5.7. At 5,700 is the bid here at 5.7, 5.8. At 5,008, 5.9. Bridgewater making an entrance there at 5.9 is against you now at 5,009. At 5,009, who'd like £6,000? At 5,900 is bid, and 6,000 now. At 6,000, 6,000, your bid online at 6,001. At 6,1 the bid. At 6,001. Somerset bidder in the lead, 6.2 against you. Norfolk's in at 6,002. At 6,200 is the bid. At 6.2, 6.2, 6.2. Would anyone else like 6.3 on this one? At 6,200, are we finished and done here then? The hammer's up for the first time today on this one. 6.3, 6.3. At 6,003 is bid. 6.4 back in, thank you. At 6,004. At 6,000, 6,400 with the online bidder here at 6,400 for the first time. At 6,400 for the second time. 6.5's back in. At 6,006. At 6,600 is bid. At 6,000, 6,006. Would you like to go 6.7 under bidder? Look how great it looks. Surely one more. At £6,600 is the bid. Once. 7. 6,007. 6.8. At 6,800 is bid. At 6,008. At 6,000, 6,800, the bid is here online. At 6,008, it's gonna go. Once. Twice. 6.9. 6,009 and 7,000. Thank you for your fast bidding in Norfolk. That's how you do it. At 7,000, straight back in. At £7,000 is the bid now at 7. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. I'll take one more. At 7,000, the bid then once. Twice. Finished and done, and it sells this time at £7,000. Sold, 7,000. 5, 4, 1, 2, 5, 4, £7,000. Thanking you. Moving on to lot number 218, 1989 Austin Mini 30. Have a good look. Lovely little Austin Mini. Start me off. Who's got £5,000 to start? 5,000 surely on this one. 1989 in the year. It's at about 33,000 miles. Only one former keeper as well. How about we'll go with my commission interest then? 3,000 we start. I'll take 3.5 if I can. At 3,000 is bid here. At £3,000 now. With my commission interest at 3. 3,005. At 3.5, my commission's out. At 3,005. Online bid at £3,500. 4. 4,000 bid. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. We'll take 5 again. At 4,000, 4,000. Are we finishing done? We'll go in the 200s this time then. At £4,000 seated at the front. At 4,002 if you want to come back in online. Or anyone else in the room like to go 4.2. At 4,002. At 4.2's back in online. 4.4 is your next bid. At 4,004. Thank you, sir. At 4,400 seated at the front. At £4,400 is the bid. At 4.4, 4.4, 4.4. At 4,400 online. Would you like to go 4.6? At 4,400, are we finished and done here at 4,004? Once at 4,400. Twice, finished and done at £4,400. Your bid, sir, at 4,004. We'll submit the bid to the vendor there at 4,400, provisionally to paddle number 971. Thank you very much, sir. I'm sure the team will be in touch very shortly. Moving on, we go to lot number 219, 1973, Peugeot 304 Cabriolet. Oh, look at this one. Lovely looking car there. One of my favorites is on the sale. The great coloring on this one. Lovely little Peugeot. Done about 93,000 miles in current ownership since 2003. Largely an original specification as well. And we're straight in with you online at £4,000. Thank you, online bidder. Your bid. I'll take 2 next. Online's in at 4. At 4,000, 4,000. Thank you, online. At £4,000 is your bid at the minute. At 4,000, 4,000. Anyone like another 2? At 4,000 is the bid here at 4. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Is that 2? 4.2 it is. At 4,002. At 4,002 locally in Cheshire with you at the minute at 4,002. At 4.2, 4.2, 4.2. Underbidder, would you like to go 4.4? At 4,200 is the bid here at 4.2. At 4,000, 4,200 we're bid. I'll take 4.3 if it brings you back in online, but make it nice and quick if you want to go one more. At £4,200 is the bid now at 4,002. At 4,200, finishing done then at 4,200 once. Twice. Finished and done at 4,200. Provisionally with you online at £4,200. Bidder number 1096. Moving on to lot number 220 is the 1968 Ford Cortina, and over to Mr. Stephen Berry.
Now, Tom, one of my habits and one of the things that I enjoy doing, every man's got to have a hobby on the internet. Don't worry, we're not straying into dark waters. Is to correct people who don't know the proper name of the Tamworth-built three-wheeler. It's not the Robin Reliant. It's the Reliant Robin. And I love to correct people. But I wonder if you could tell me what this car is called, because the number of people that would say it's a Lotus Cortina, and that, of course, is wrong. But then again, virtually everyone in this room knew that. Believe it or not, the name of the Mark I was the Ford Consul Cortina developed by Lotus. That was its official name, which I think everybody agree was a bit of a mouthful. By the time we got round to the Mark II, and did you know perhaps you didn't, that the Mark I was made by Lotus, the Mark II was made by Ford. You all did that. You all knew that, didn't you? They all knew that. Was actually made by Ford on the production line at Dagenham. This is a very historic version of that car, owned by a racing driver called Mike Spence. What an interesting character he was. Look him up. He's got a story. He was Jim Clark's teammate. He raced in Formula One, and people are thinking, those colours look familiar. Mike was a works driver for Allen Man Racing, and of course, these are the Allen Man Racing colours, red with the gold stripe. Did you know, by the way, that with the Mark II, you could have the car in a solid colour, or at no extra cost to you, the customer, you could get the stripe. This car's in fantastic condition, both the exterior, the interior. The engine looks immaculate. The car is absolutely on the money. And in a day when people go absolutely crazy for the Sierra Cosworth, why not be a bit smarter and get its daddy, the Cortina Lotus?
Yes, let's tell you how much this one's worth then today. 1968 Ford Cortina there. Start me off. Who's got 20,000 to start? Anyone interested at 20? How about £15,000 to start it off today then? 15,000 surely. 15,000 coming in. Anyone interested at 15,000? We'll go to 10 on this one then. 10 to start it off today. 10's in the middle. Thank you, sir. At 10,000 is the bid. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. At £10,000. 11. 11 bid. 11,000 now. 11, I'll say 12 next. 12,000's bid. 13's bid. At 13 and 14, 15 bid. At 15,000 now. 16's bid. 17's bid. 18's bid. At 18,000 now. Your bid at 18. At 18,000. At 18,000, say 5 if it helps. At £18,000. At 18,000, would you like 5? 18,5. 19's back in. 19,5. 20,000. At 20,000 now. At 20,000, 20,000. Would you like to stay again? At £20,000 we're up to. I'll look for you now online or anywhere else in the room. 20,005. At 20,001. 21's bid. At 21,000 is the bid now at 21. At 21, 21. Would anyone else like another 500? At 21, it's your bid already, sir. At £21,000. At 21,000 here. Online, would you like to go again? At 21,000, gentlemen seated here. At £21,000. Are we all finished and done on this one? At £21,000. Last chance in fair warning then. At £21,000. I'm going to count you down. 21,500. 22, thank you, sir. At 22, straight back in. At 22, would you like another 500? Are you sure? At £22,000. At 22,000. Online, you come back in for one more. At 22,000 is the bid at the minute. At 22,000, 22,500. Telephone. 22,500, 23. £23,000 is the bid now at 23. At 23, 23. At £23,000 online, are you coming back in? At £23,000 or the telephone. Got to be fair to the gentleman seated here at 23,000. At 23,000, I'm going to start counting you down then. 23,250, okay. 23,500. 23,500. At 23,500. Would you like the 750? Yes, please. 23,750, 24. At 24,000. At £24,000 is the bid. At 24,000, are you finished and done on the phone? 24,250 says no. 24,500. At 24,500. You're still hanging on in online. You coming in? At 24,500. 24,750. 25,000. And we're on sale from this point. I'll put the hammer up now at £25,000. Says no. Once to the gentleman in the room at 25,000, twice, finished and done. Your bid, sir, at £25,000. Thank you very much. At £25,000. Could I just have your paddle number before you walk off? Thank you very much. 261. Right, moving on to lot number 221. Got another registration plate there. We got the JUB1E. There we go. Where are we up to with this one? Start me off. Who's got £5,000? Anyone interested at 5? 5,000 to start, surely. We'll go to 3 then. We'll see where it gets to. 3,000 coming. Get a bid in. Won't go any lower. If you're interested, then bid now. 3,000 it needs to. The online bid. Thank you very much. 3's in. I'll take 5 if we can. At 3,000, 3,000. At £3,000 is the bid now at 3. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. Are we finished and done then? At £3,000. Last chance, fair warning, online at £3,000. We'll submit that bid to the vendor there online. 3,000 to 1063 provisionally. Moving on down to the next registration we got is the JEY5, or the J's there. There we go. Start me off on this one. I'm straight in with my commission bidder at £5,000. At 5,000 bid. At £5,000 on the book with me at 5. At 5,000, 5,000, 5. 5,500, I'm out already. At 5,500, gentleman's bid here at 5,500. At 5,005. 6,000, Pablo on this one at £6,000. Would you like another 5, sir? At 6,000, 6,000. In Lancashire at the minute with you at £6,000. I'll take 250 if it helps you back in. At 6,000 is the bid. 250? 6,250 seated. At 6,250 is the bid. At 6,250, 6,500. 6,500, 6,750, 6,750. At 6,750. Would anyone else like 7? 7 online's come in. At 7,000 online. At 7,000 Lancashire bidder. At 7,001. 7,1, thank you. At 7,001. Online, make it nice and quick. At 7,001. Once, twice. Finish. Done. 7,001. 7,2. 7,2. Lancashire's back in. At 7,2. I tried, sir. At 7,002. Last chance. Fair warning. At 7,200 online. One more. 100. 7,3. All right, 7,250. As soon as you come in from the start, 7,250's bid. I tried at 7,250, 7,3 straight back in. Would you like another 50? At 7,3, once online, twice online at £7,300. We'll submit that bid. 1848, 18408 provisionally online with you at £7,300. Moving on, we got one more number plate here. This one is the 2PCJ there, 2PCJ. I don't know, who's got 5,000 to start on this one? Anyone interested at 5? £5,000, 2PCJ there. Surely we're 5,000. 555. How about 2,000 to start then? 2,000 to kick it off today. 2's bid, thank you online. At 2,000, we'll go in the 200s on this one. Make it nice and quick though for me online. At 2,000, go 2-2. At 2,000, 2,000. At £2,000 is the bid now at 2. 2-2. 2-2's in online. 2-4. At 2,004. At 2,400 is with you in the West Midlands. 2-6 against you now. 2-8. At 2,008. At 2,000, 2,008 and 3 bid. At 3,000, 3,002. 3-2 is the bid now. 3-2. Would you like 4? 3-4 you do. At 3,004. And 3-6 bid. At 3,600 is the bid now at 3,006. At 3-6, 3-6, 3-8. At 3,800, 3-8 bid. At 3,008 is the bid now, 3,800. We're in Kettering at the minute at £3,800. At 3,008. Are we finished and done then at just 3,800 once, twice, finished, done, £3,800. We'll submit that bid to the vendor online. £3,800 to bidder number 4439. Thank you. Moving on to lot number 224. Lot number 224, 2007 in the year is the Jaguar XK. This one is the 4.2 convertible there. Showing about 41,000 miles on the clock. Guaranteed future classic, it says here. Lovely things these Jaguars are. Anyone start me off on this one at £10,000? Anyone interested at 10? 10,000. Go in for £8,000. 8,000 to start me off then, surely. What about 5,000? Nothing on my book on this one. 5,000 to start me off today. Anyone interested at 5? Surely. Thank you online. 5,000. We'll go 5,500 next. At 5,000 is the bid here at 5,500. At 5,005. At 5,500 and 6,000 is bid now 6. At £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. Would you like to go 5 again? At £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000. Are we finished and done then? At just £6,000. I'll take 2 if it helps. At £6,000 is the bid now at 6,000. 6,2, thank you. At 6,2, 6,2, 6,2. Your bid online at the minute at £6,200. Very little money here for a Jaguar XK. Only 41,000 miles on the clock. At 6,002. At 6,200 is the bid now at 6,002. Finishing done then at 6,200. Once, twice, finishing done at 6,264. At 6,004. At 6,400 is bid. At 6,000, 6,004. 6,6 against you now, sir, at 6,006. At 6,600 is the bid here at 6,006. Would anyone like 6,8? At 6,000, 6,600. Your bid online at the minute at 6,006. Going to count you down then once, twice. Finished and done at £6,600. Provisionally with you online at 6,600. That's 1102. Provisional bid there. Thank you very much, online bidder. Moving on to lot number 225 this time, and it's the 1976. It's the Leyland Mini. This one is. It's the 1000 Stripey LE Rare Limited Edition as well. Start me off. Anyone interested at 5,000 to start? £5,000 coming in. Anyone here for 5? Go to 3 then. 3's bid, thank you. At £3,000 we start. At 3,035 if you're coming in. At 3,000, 3,005. At 3,500 is the bid now at 3,500. At 3,005. And 4,000, thank you. At £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At 4,005. At 4,500 is the bid with you in Essex in a minute. At 4,500. At 4,005. Would anyone like 5? At 4,500 is the bid now at 4,500. At 4,500 is the bid. Are we finishing done then at 4,500? With the online bidder here in Essex at 4,500. Anyone else like to come in for one more? At 4,500. I'll take 4,600 if it helps you out. At 4,500 is the bid now at 4,500. Go once then with you online at 4,500. Twice, finished and done for 6. New bidder, thank you. At 4,600, 4,700, 4,700. At 4,700, 4,700. At 4,700 is in and away now at 4,008. At 4,800 bid. At 4,000, 4,008. 4,900. At 4,900 bid. At £4,900. Would you like to go 5? At 4,009. Are we finishing done? Would anyone else like to come in now? At 4,900, we'll count you down online. At 4,900 once. Twice. Finishing done then at £4,900. That's with you online at 4,900. Provisionally 9,964. 9,964. Provisional bid. Yes. Right, ladies and gentlemen, some little updates for you. Lot number 9, the Honda CRF from yesterday, and lot 18 from yesterday, the Aprilia SL1000, now sold away. And also from today's sale, lot number 212, the Bentley Arnage, sold away at £8,750. Moving on down we go to lot number 226. This time is the 1925. It's the DFP Petite. There we go. No reserve today. Another lovely restoration project for you. Who's got £1,000 to start on this one? £1,000. Anyone interested there? £1,000. Coming in. £1,000. How about £500 to start then? 5's bid. 5 in and away at £500. French bidder. It's with you in France. 600 bid against you now. At 600 is bid. At £600, 7's back in. France bidder, welcome to you at £700. 800 bid. At £800 now. At 800 is the bid now at 800. 900, 900, £1,000 is the bid. At 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. 1,100, 1,100 is the bid. At 1,100 with you in Wiltshire. At 1,001 and 1,2 bid. At 1,002. At 1,200, we're bid now at 1,002. Would you like 1,300? At 1,200 is the bid here. Would anyone else like to come in for 1,003? 1,300, yes please, Wiltshire's in. At 1,003 and 4. At 1,004. At 1,400 is the bid now at 1,004. 1,500 it goes on. At 1,005, 1,600, 1700, 1700 bid. At 1,700 is the bid now at 1,007. Would you like to go 1,800? 1,800 bid. France bidder now at 1,800. 1,900 at 1,900. At 1,900 is the bid. 2,000, 2,000 back in. At 2,000, 2,000. At £2,000. 2,100. Thank you again online. At 2,001, you're back in now at 2,100. 2,200 is that. 2,200 it is. At 2,200 in France with you at 2,200. At 2,002. At 2,000, 2,003. At 2,300 is the bid now at 2,003. Would you like to go 2,400? 2,400 you do. At 2,004. At 2,400, 2,400, 2,500. At 2,005. At 2,500, 2,600. 2,600 back in now with you online at £2,600. At 2,006. 2,700. At 2,007. Would you like to go 2,800? 2,800, yes please. At 2,008. 2,900. 2,900's bid. Coming back in for the 3,300. Let's try 3,200 next if we can quickly. At £3,000. 3,200 if you want to go one more. 3,100. 3,100 bid. At 3,001, coming back in again. 3,200. At 3,200 is the bid. Would you like to go 3,300? At 3,200 then, we're off to France. At 3,200 the bid then once. Twice. Finished and done at £3,200. Merci, 3,200 with you. And that was to bidder number 183.68. Moving on down, we go to lot number 227. This time is the 2010. It's the Saab 932 litre. There is the X-wheel drive as well. Where are we up to on this one? Start the bidding off. Who's got 3,000 to come in? 3, anyone interested at 3? Anyone interested at 3 here? £3,000 to start. We'll go to 2 then. Nice little 2010 Saab there. Just 2,000. Thank you, sir. 2's bid in the floor. At 2,000 bid. Go 2,200. 2,200. 2,400. 2,600. 2,800 online. 3,000. At 3,000 we're up to. At 3,000, 3,000. Online, would you like 3,200 or anywhere else? At £3,000. Gentleman's bid right-handed at £3,000 the bid. At 3,000, 3,000. I'll take 1 if it helps anyone out now. At £3,000 is the bid now 3. At 3,000, 3,000. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning then at £3,000. Right-handed at 3. Once, twice. Finished and done. £3,000. Provisionally with you, sir, at £3,000. Could I just have your paddle there? 95. Thank you very much. Paddle number 95. Provisional bid. Moving on to lot number 228. This time then 1972 Triumph TR6 there. Nice little TR6 this is. Looks great again in the yellow. Showing only 7,000 miles on this one there. Where are we up to? Start me off on this one. Let's go in around. Who's got £10,000? Nice Triumph TR6. 10,000. How about £8,000 to start then? 8,000 surely. 8's bid online. Thank you, online bidder. Let's go 8,500. At £8,000 is the bid now at 8. With the online bid at 8,085. At 8,500, your bid here at 8,005. At 8,500, 8,500, 8,500. Would anyone else like £9,000? 9's bid back in online in 5. At 9,005. At 9,500, 9,500, 9,500. At 9,500 is the bid at the minute at 9,500. Are we finished and done here at £9,500? You coming back in for 10. At 9,500, 10 if you want one more online. 10's up top. Thank you very much. At £10,000. Gentleman's bid now at £10,000. 10,500 against you, sir. At 10,500. At 10,500, 10,500, 10,500. At 10,500 is the bid now at 10,500. At 10,500. I'll tell you what, we'll go 10,600 and then we'll go 10,800. At 10,500. Would anyone like the 100? 10,600 is bid. 10,800 if you're coming back in. Would you like to go again online? Looking for you now. At 10,008. 10,800's bid. Next bid's £11,000. At 11 bid. At 11,000, 11,000. 11.2 back in online at 11.2. At 11,200 is the bid now at 11,002. At 11,200 is with you here in Shropshire at the minute. 11,002 and 11.4. Thank you very much, sir. You're back in now at 11,004. 11.6. They're fast today online at 11,006. At 11,600 is the bid now at 11.6. Would you like to go 11.8? Yes, please, he says. 11.8 back in. And 12,000 straight away. Thank you again online at £12,000. At 12,000, 12,000. At £12,000, are we finished and done here? Would you like to go one more two? You're thinking about it. At £12,000. 12.2's bid. 12.2. And 4 straight back in. And we're on outright sale now at £12,400. At 12.4. At 12,400, we're bid. Are you coming back in for one more? Last chance in fair warning. We're going to sell online at 12,400. The bid then once online with you at £12,400. And twice. Finished, done, selling at £12,400. Sold at 12.4. And that was to bidder number 6339. Moving on to lot number 229 then is 1983. It's the Austin Metro Vanden Pla. There we go. Look at that one. Old school Metro there. Start me off on this one if you wish. Around 2,000 to start. Done about 27,000 miles. Only 4 former keepers in current ownership since 2005. Surely £2,000 to go on this one. 2,000. Anyone interested? Two's bid. Thank you, sir. Gentleman's bid now at £2,000. Let's go 2-2. At 2,000 is the bid. At 2,000, 2,000. At £2,000 is the bid now at 2. At 2,000, 2,000, 2. 2-2's bid. 2-4 already, I think. 2-4. At 2,004. Online bidding now at 2,004. At 2-4, 2-4, 2-4. With you online at the minute at 2,004 and 2-6. At 2,006. At 2,600 is bid. Would you like to go 2-8 underbidder? At 2,006. 2.8 back in now at £2,800. On the Vanden Pla now at 2008. At 2.8 bid. Would you like to go 3? At 2,800, are we finished and done here at 2008? It's your last chance in fair warning. I'll take 2.9 if it helps anyone out. Make it nice and quick if you do. At 2,800 for the first time. At 2,800 for the second time, 2.9. 2.9's bid. At 2009, would you like to go 3? At 2,900 is the bid now at 2.9, 2.9, 2.9. Finished, done. Last chance. Fair warning. Once, twice. 3,000 bid. Back in now 3. At 3,000, 3,000. Underbidder. Would you like 3.1? At £3,000 is the bid now at 3. At 3,000 once, twice. Finished and done then at £3,000. Online with you at 3,000, 2109, 2109, 3,000. Provisional bid. Moving on to lot number 230 is this lovely 1998 Land Rover Defender 90 and over to Steve Berry. He says.
Hello. Thank you, Tom. Now, look at this. 1998 Land Rover Defender 300 TDI 90 station wagon. That is a very long name for a not very long motor car. Now, you'll remember, of course, that there was the 110 and the 90. The 110 was so called because the wheelbase was 110 inches. The 90's wheelbase was 93 inches, but they decided they were just going to call it 90 anyway. Now, one thing you'll immediately notice, because I know you lot, you notice things about this car, is that the steering wheel is on the left. And that's because this car was originally sent over to Italy when it was new. It came back last year and underwent a stunning restoration, including that interior in Exmouth cloth, which we'll come back to in just a second. And then on the exterior, a bare chassis rebuild. The chassis was powder coated. And one of the best paint jobs I've ever seen, not just on a Land Rover, but on any car. Frankly, in my opinion, it's too good for a Land Rover, the paint. It's unbelievable. If this paint job was on a Bentley, you wouldn't be surprised. Now, the thing about this car is At the end of that long name, are the words station wagon. And that's actually quite specific to this car, because a station wagon would have been a car that fetched bigwigs back from the station to a grand hotel. The hotel would have had a station wagon for such a task. And so because it was adults that would sit in the back rather than kids or beaters if you're on a shoot, in the back of this car, you've got two of the same reclining seats that you've got in the front. So this is the sort of motor that you might take, you know, on a shoot, and there's just about enough room in the back for a brace of matched Holland and Hollands or Purdy's, gentleman's guns, if you will. Now, the thing about this one being left-hand drive and being from 1998 is important as well, because that means it's over 25 years old and it could be exported to America, where they love, or Canada, where they absolutely love these motors. A short car with a long name. The paint job is unbelievable. The standard of restoration for a Land Rover Defender, I've never seen the like before in my life. Somebody, I think, is going to get a bargain.
A bargain indeed. And that's going to say, with my commission bids at the minute, I'm going to go straight in. With my commission bids, I'm going to go 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and £15,000 we start. At just £15,000 is the bid at the minute. At 15,000, 16's in online, 17 back to me. At 17,000. At 17,000 is the bid now at 17. Would anyone else like 18? 18's bid online. My commission interest is out now. At £18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. At 18,000. Would anyone like 19? At 18,000 is the bid here at the minute. At 18,000 is the bid here online at £18,000. Let's go 18.5 next if you want to come in. At 18,000 is the bid. At 18,000, 18,000. At £18,000 with the online bidder here at £18,000. Are we finishing done at just £18,000? Would you like 5? At 18,000 is the bid. Are we finished? 18.5 waving away. At 18.5, thank you, sir. At 18,500 is the bid. At 18.5. Online, would you like to go 19? At 18.5. At 18,500 is the bid here. At 18.5, are we finishing done then at just £18,500? I'm going to count you down online at 18.5 for the first time, then at 18.5. For the second time, at £18,500. That's provisionally with you, sir, 94. Thank you very much. Moving on to lot number 231. This time it's the 1959. It's the Austin Healey Frog-Eyed Sprite here. It's on about 65,000 miles. Where are we up to? I had a respray on this one in 2015, and it looks great there, doesn't it? Start me off on this one then at £8,000 to start. Frog-Eyed Sprite. 8,000 surely. 8,000 if you're coming in. How about £5,000 to start me off today? Lovely little classic here for just £5,000. 5's bid online. Thank you, online bidder. You're in. Let's go 5.5. At £5,000, 5 bidding? Yeah, 5.5. Wasn't sure if it was a wave or not. At 5,005. At 5,500, gentleman's bid. At 5,005. At 5,500, I'll take 6,000 if anyone wants to come in now. Gentleman's bid here at 5,005. At 5.5 is the bid now at 5,005. At 5,500, 6,000 back in. At 6,005. 6.5 is bid. At 6,005, take 7 if you're coming back in now. At 6,500 is the bid. Looking for you online. At 6,005. At 6,500 is the bid now. At 6,005, are we finishing done at just £6,500? Make no mistake, online, coming back at 7. 7's bid, 7.5. 7,500, gentlemen's back in now at 7.5. At 7,005. At 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. Online, would you like to go 8? I'll tell you what, we'll go 7.6 and then we'll go 7.8 if we can. 7.6 if anyone wants to come in here. At 7,005 down the front then for the first time. 7.6 just behind. At 7.8. At 7,008. Would you like 8,000, sir? Okay, 7,008, still there. At 7,008, walking away now then. At 7,008, would anyone else like £8,000? Make it nice and quick if you do. I'm going to count you down. Gentleman's bid seated for the first time at 7,008. For the second time then, finished and done at £7,800. It's your bid, sir, at £7,800. And that is provisional. And what was your paddle number? 566. Thank you very much. Moving on to lot number 232. This time is 1992 BMW 318i. Lovely looking convertible. Looks great in the red as well. Start me off on this one. Let's get it away here. Who's got 5,000 to start? Anyone interested at 5? It's on about 68,000 miles, I believe. How about £3,000 then? 3 to go on this one. Anyone interested at 3? 3,000, surely. At 3,000 if you're coming in. 333. Last chance in fair warning on this one. Would you like to jump in for £3,000? It needs to be 3 to start it off today. I can see you're thinking about it online. Thanking you at £3,000. Let's go 3-2. At 3,000 is the bid now at 3,000. At 3,000, 3,000 with the online bidder. At £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. Are we finishing done at just £3,000 with the maiden bid online? 3-2. 3-2's bid. At 3,200 is the bid now at 3-2. At 3,002. Would anyone like 3-4? At 3,004 is back in now at 3,004. Online bidder, new online bidder, I should say, at 3,004. Welcome to the party. At 3,004. At 3,000, 3,400 is bid. Would anyone like 3-6? At 3,004. Are we finishing done at just £3,400? I'll take 3-6 if anyone wants to jump in. At 3,000, 3,004. Finishing done then once, twice, 3,400. Your bid online at 3-4. That's with you online, 18486. 18486, yeah. Moving down the list, we go to lot number 233. It's this American 1972 Buick Riviera boat tail custom there. Look at the monstrous machine this is. Lots of money's been spent on it. Lots of things have been done to it. Absolutely huge piece of machinery this is. Start me off at £10,000 to get it going. 10,000 surely. I'll tell you what, we'll jump in with my commission interest at just £5,000. At 5,000 is the bid. At 5,000, we'll take 6 next if we can. At 5,000, 6 is bid. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000 is the bid with you online at the minute at £6,000. Would anyone like 7? I'll take 500s now then if it helps. At just £6,000, we will submit the bid. But make no mistake, at 6,005. 6,500 new bidder. Welcome in Skegness. It's with you at 6,005 and £7,000 is the bid now at 7,000. At 7,000, 7,000. At £7,000, would you like to go 5 again? 7,500. At 7,005. New bidder in London with you at 7,500 and 8,000. And at 8,500, it goes on in 9. At 9,000, that's more like it online. At £9,000 is the bid in 9,500. At 9,500. I'd imagine you'd probably be the only one in the town with a car like this as well. At 9,500. At 9,500 is the bid. In Kettering, Northamptonshire at the minute at 9,500. Underbidder, I'm looking for you. Would you like to go £10,000? At 9,500. Are we finished and done then at just 9,500? I'm going to count you down at 9,500 for the first time, then at 9,500 for the second time, then finished and done. Online bid, £9,500. Provisionally with you online at 9,500. And that was to bidder number 18521. Moving on to lot number 234, and it's the 1969. It's the Triumph Mark II convertible then. Look at that one. Start me off with my commission interest. I'm going to go 2,224 at 2004. At 2004 with me, you're in at 2,600, 2,600, 2,800. I'm going to go £3,000. At 3,000 with my commission interest now. 3,200, 3,400, 3,600 is bid. Going to go 3,800 with me. And 4, and 4,200, 4,400, 4,600. It's running off online a minute at 4,006. At 4,006. Going to go 4,800. At 4,008. At 4.8's bid 5,000 now. At 5,000, 5.2. My commission interest is down 5.4. At 5,400 is the bid. At 5.4, 5.4, 5.4. I'm going to have to take 5.5 next if you can. At 5,004. 5.5 coming back in at 5,005. At 5,500 is an online bid now at 5,005. Would anyone else like 5.6? At 5,500 with the bidder online at the minute. Local money in Merseyside with you at 5,005. At 5,500. Would anyone else like to come in for one more? At 5,500. Are we finished and done then? At 5.5. I'm going to count you down online. At 5,500, it goes once. At 5,500, it goes twice. Finished and done then at £5,500. That's with you online bidder at 5,005, 18498. Moving on down, we go to lot number 235, 1959 is the Austin Frog-Eyed Sprite then. Where are we up to with this one? Start me off. Got a telephone, I believe, coming in on this one as well. 1959, Austin Healey, Frog-Eyed Sprite. Start me off. He's got £1,000 for it. £1,000, 1,000 bid. At £1,000 now down front. Let's go 1,200 next. At £1,000 is the bid. At 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Gentleman's bid seated at the front. Would anyone else like 1,200? 1,200's in online. At 1,200, 14 bid. At 1,400, 1,400. At 1,400 here. At 1,400, 1,400. Online, would you like to go 16? 16, yes, please. 18 bid. Straight back in. Thank you again. At 1,800 is the bid now at 18. At 1,800, 1,800. Gentleman's bid seated at the front there. 82 bid. 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. 2-1, okay. At 2-1 bid. At 2,001. At 2,001, 2-2. If you're coming back in now online. At 2,001 and 2-2 bid. At 2,002. At 2,200 is the bid now at 2-2. 2-3, 2-3 bid. Telephone bidder coming in now at 2,003. 2-4. At 2,004. 2-5. 2-5 bid. Telephone bidder again at 2,005. 2-6 is back in straight away online. At 2,006. At 2,600 against you on the telephone. 2-7 telephone bidders back in. At 2,007. 2-8 online. At 2,008. Would anyone else like to come in now? At 2,008, looking for you on the phone. At 2,008. At 2,800, finishing done then. 2-9. 2-9. Telephones in. 3,000. Thank you again online. Appreciate your fast bidding. At £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000. Are we finishing done? 3-1 goes on. At 3,001. 3-2 back in now. 3-2. At 3,002. Would anyone else like to come in for 3-3? At £3,200 is an online bid here. Are we finished and done on the telephone? No more? At 3,200, then hammers up for the first time. At £3,200, are you all? 3-3, I thought you said no more. At 3,003. At 3,300 is the bid. 3-4 straight back in though, unfortunately. At 3,004. At 3,400 is bid. Are we finished and done? At 3,400 for the first time, then at 3-4. For the second time, and selling at £3,400. 3-5. 3-5. They like the drama on the phone today. At 3,005, 3-6 straight back in. He's not having it online. At 3,006. At 3,006. You said that last time. At 3,600 is bid. Going to count you down at 3,600 once, twice, and selling now with the online platform at £3,600. Sold at 3,6, 90.93. Moving on to this lovely little charming 1963 Morris 6 van then. Look at that one there. Great looking van it is indeed. Start me off on the bidding. With my commission bid, I'm going to go in at 2,000, 2-2, 2-4, 2-6 is bid. At 2,600 we start. At 2,006. At 2,006. Someone bid then? Sorry, sir. The post behind you was distracting. At 2,006, 2-8's bid. At 2,008. At 2,800 is the bid now at 2,008 with the gentleman here. 3,000 behind you. Would you like 3-2? 3-2's bid. At 3,002. At 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. Would anyone else like 3-4? At 3,200 is the bid now. Here at 3-2. Anyone else coming in? At 3,200 is the bid. Would anyone else like 3-4 now? It's your last chance in fair warning on this one. You've got to be fair to the gentleman here. At 3,200, we'll count you down. At 3-2 is the bid then. 3-4. 3-3 is that, sir? 3-3, okay. 3-4 is here. Would you like 3-5? 3-5. 3-6, back in. Walking away at 3,600 with the gentleman's here at £3,600 at 3-6. 3-7 anywhere else. At 3,006 once. Twice. 3-7, new bidder entirely sneaking in. 3-8 at 3,008. Would you like 3-9, sir? 3-9. 4,000. One if you're coming back in. At 4,000 here. At 4,000, would you like one more? At £4,000 is the bid now at 4,000. Are we finished? Are we done? At £4,000. Last chance in fair warning. I'm going to count you down at 4,000 once. 4-1. 4-1. 4-2. Straight back in. Appreciate the fast bidding. At 4,002. At 4,002. 4-3 if you want to go again. 4-3. 4-3's bid. 4-4. At 4,004. At 4,004. 4-5. 4-5. 4-6. 4-7. 4-8. 4-9. 5,000. At 5-1. 5-2. Ladies bid at 5,002. Would you like 5-3? At 5,200 once. 5-3. 5-3's back in. At 5,003, it's been a good battle. Would you like 5-4? 5-4, thank you very much. At 5,004. At 5-4 is bid. At 5,004. At 5-4. Would you like 5-5, sir? At 5,400 once. And selling. At 5,000, 5-5. Hammer was up. And they're out. At 5,005. At 5,500 is going to sell. At 5,500 once. Twice. Finished and done. Gentleman in the middle of the room at £5,500. Your bid, sir, at 5-5. Thank you very much. £5,500. Could I just have your paddle number quickly? 816. Thank you. Moving on, we go to lot number 237 this time. Then lot number 237 is this lovely MGB GT. Done about 86,000 miles. Got an attractive paint and trim on it as well. Looks great indeed. Starting with my commission interest, going to go in again at 2,000, 2,2, 2,4, 2,6, 2,8 bid. At 2,008 we start. At 2,008. At 2,800 is the bid now with my commission bidder at 2,8. Would anyone like 3? At 2,008 is the bid. At 2,000, 2,008. At 2,800, 3 if you want to come in on this one. At 2,008 is the bid. Are we finished and done at just £2,800? 3 bid at £3,000. At 3,000, my interest is out now. At £3,000 with the gentleman seated here. At £3,000. Would anyone like 2? At £3,000 is the bid. Then are we finished and done at just £3,000? Once, twice. Finished and done then at £3,000. That's your bid, sir, at 3,000. It is provisional, but we'll see what we can do for you. And that is 256. Thanking you very much. Moving on, we go to lot number 238. Lot number 238 this time is a 2007. It's a Caterham 7 this time there. Academy K Series, only 12,000 miles and 2 former keepers. Fun little cars these are. Starting off with my commission interest, I'm going to go 3,500, £4,000. That 4,000 is the start. Let's say 4-5 next if we can. At £4,000 is the bid now. 4-5. 4-5 is back in now. 5,000 to me. At 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000 is the bid. 5-5. I'm out now. Online bid at 5,005. At 5,500 is bid. At 5,005. Would anyone else like £6,000? At 5-5 is the bid. With you online. 6,000 new bidder coming in. At 6,000, 6,000. 6-5 back in now. 6-5. At 6,005. Are we finished and done then at 6,005? Would you like to go 7 online? And 7 they do. 7's back in now at £7,000 is the bid. At 7,005. At 7,500, bidder in Skegness is with you at 7,005. At 7,500, 7,500, 7,500. Would anyone else like to go £8,000? At 7,005. I'll take 7,800 and then we'll go in 200s if we can. At 7,500, would you like to go 7,800? At 7,005 is the bid at the minute online with you at 7,500. Would anyone else like to go 7,800? At 7,005. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance. Fair warning then. At 7,500, I'm counting you down once, twice. Finished and done. 8. 7,008. 8,000 if you're coming back in now online. At 7,008 is the bid. At 7,008. At 7,800, are we finished and done then? At £7,800, we're going to count you down. At 7,800 once, twice. Finished and done then at 7,800 bid. £8,000. At 8,000 back in, would you like to go 8,200? At 8,000 is the bid. At 8,200. 8,200, 8,200, 8,200. At 8,200 in Surrey is with you at the minute. At 8,002. At 8,200 is bid. Would you like to go 8,400? At 8,200, are we finished and done then? At 8,200, the bid. Once. Twice. Finished and done then at £8,200. Your bid online at 8,200 to 6,330. 6,330. £8,200 provisionally. Moving on to lot number 239, then 239. It's a 1995. It's this Porsche 911 Carrera 2 Cabriolet. Looks absolutely beautiful in the blue as well. Starting several commission bids. They're quite low, but we're going to start here with me. I'm going to go in 10, 12, 14, 16, £18,000 we start. I'll take 20 next if I can. At 18,000, 18,000. At £18,000 is the starting bid here with me on the book. At £18,000. At 18,000 in 20's bid. At 20, you're in online. I'm out now at £20,000. At 20,000, 20,000. Let's go in the ones from here then. 21 if you want to come in. At £20,000 is the bid. Would you like to go 1? At 20,000, 20,000 in 1. At 21,000 we're bid. At 21,000 is the bid now with you. Online at 21, underbidder. Would you like to go 22,000? At 21, 21. At 21 and 22's back in. New bidder entirely at £22,000. At 22, 22, 23 it goes on. At 23,000 now. At 23, 23. At 23, 23,000 with you at the minute online at £23,000. Would you like to go 24 anywhere else? At 23 is the bid. 24 now, 24 is bid. At £24,000. It's all online. At 24,000 the bid. At 24, 24, would you like to go 25? You come back in for one more. At £24,000, are we finished and done here? At 24,000. At 24, £24,000 is the bid now at 24. Last chance in fair warning this time then at £24,000. We're going to count you down. At 24,000 then once. At 24,000. 25 before you online. 25 just coming up top. 25, 26. I'll tell you what, I'll be nice and fair. I'll go 25.5 if you want to come back in. 26 up top, sorry. 26.5 if you want to come back in now. Your bid at top. 26,000. Coming back in at 26.5. Thinking about it. Online. Would you like the 500? At 26,000 is the bid. Are we finished? Are we done? At £26,000 once. At £26,000 twice. Last chance in fair warning. Your bid at £26,000. We'll see what we can do for you. 652, 652, £26,000. Moving on, we go to lot number 240. Lot number 240 is the 1983, the Audi 80, and over to Stephen Berry.
Now, Tom, I know that when a lot of people first spy me on one of these auction videos, the word that pops into the head is wankle. But no, this is not equipped with the infamous rotary engine that its predecessor, the NSU R080, was. The Audi 80 replaced that car, and it's a very significant car in the development of Audi. They wanted to be less like the Volkswagen Passat and more like the BMW 3 Series, and they certainly succeeded when it comes to this particular one, the Audi 80 5S, because this car has 5 speeds in its manual gearbox and 5 cylinders in its engine, which has been described by the lads upstairs as sonorous. I think they've been reading books, and I'm going to have a word with them about that. That book reading, it can't be a good thing. In a world, back in the 80s, back in the mid-80s when this was new, you rarely saw an exotic car batting about. A Porsche, a Ferrari, or a Lamborghini was a special thing, a sight to behold. Now, of course, cars like that are all over the place. But when was the last time you saw, and especially one like this, which is so well preserved on account of it only having done 21,000 miles from new, when was the last time you saw an Audi 80 5S?
And you could be the very next owner of this lovely Audi coming your way. 1983 Audi 80 then. Start the bidding off. Who's got £3,000 to start? Surely. £3,000 to get it going. 3,000 if you wish to start today. 3,000. Anyone interested at 3? How about £2,000 to start me off then? 2's bid. At 2,000 is the bid now at 2. At 2,000, the bid now at £2,000, 2,2. Gentleman's bid before you online at 2002. Would anyone like 2,4? 2,4's bid. At 2006. At 2,6 is the bid now at 2006. At 2006. Would anyone like 2,8? At 2008. At 2,800 is the bid now at 2,8, and £3,000 is gone on 3,2. 3,2's bid. At 3,002. At 3,004. At 3,4's bid now at 3,004. At 3,400, would you like one more? 3,6, thank you again. At 3,006. 3,8's back in online. At 3,008. At 3,800 is the bid. At 3,008. With the online bidder at the minute at £3,800. It's in Bristol. Welcome. It's with you at 3,008. At 3,8 is the bid now at 3,008. 4,000 against you. 4,042. Straight back in now at 4,2. At 4,002. Tell you what, would you like 4,3 anywhere else? At 4,002 is the bid. At 4,000, 4,200, are we finished and done? 4,3. At 4,003, 4,4. At 4,400 is the bid now at £4,400. 4,5, one more. At 4,004. At 4,400, are you finished? Are you done online? At 4,400, we'll count you down then for the first time. 4,5. At 4,005, Bristol, would you like to go 4,6? At 4,005. At 4,000, 4,500, finished and done then. Last chance, fair warning, 4,6. Thank you very much, online bidder. You're back in now at £4,600. At 4,6 is the bid. At 4,000, 4,006. At 4,006, go 4,7 next. Are we finished then and done? At £4,600 is the bid. At 4,000, 4,006. I'm going to count you down now online. At £4,600, are we finished and done? At 4,600, then once. At 4,600, then twice. Last chance, fair warning then, with the online bid at £4,600. Provisionally with you online, 2211. Very close on that one online. I'm sure we'll get a deal over the line before the auction finishes today. Thank you. Moving on to lot number 241. 2001 in the year. It's the Ford Fiesta 1.2 gear. No reserve, must be sold today. Have a good look there. You don't see many of these on the roads anymore. When I was growing up, they were absolutely everywhere. Start me off at £1,000. Anyone interested at 1,000? We'll go 500. £1,000 online, thanking you. At £1,000. At £1,000 is the bid. Let's go 1,100 now. At £1,000. Online bid here at £1,000. Would anyone else like 1,100? 1,100 is bid. At 1,001. At 1,100, 1,2. At 1,200, your bid in Kent. At 1,002. At 1,000, 1,200, any like 1,300. At 1,002, are we finished and done? 13 bid. At 1,300 is the bid now at 1,300. At 1,300, 1,300, 14 if you're coming in. At 1,300, are we finished? Are we done? At £1,300 with the online bidder now. At 1,300. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance, fair warning this time then at 13, 14 bid. At 1400, 1400. At 1400, 1400, 15 if you're coming back in. At 1400, finished and done then. At 14 and 15 bid. At 1500 now. At 1500 is your bid online here. At £1,500. Would anyone like 16? Thought you were bidding then. At £1,500. Last chance in fair warning. 16 bid. At £1,600. At 1600, 1600. Would anyone else like to come in for 17? At 1600, all online on this one at just £1,600. 17's your next bid if you're coming in. At 1600, it goes once. At 1600, it goes twice. 17 is that. 17's bid. At 1700, thank you very much online. You're in at the minute at £1,700. At 1700, 1700, finished and done then. At 1700, 1700 once, twice. Finished and done then at £1,700 and selling now with the online bidder at 1700. Sold 1700. 7254 was that? Perfect. Thank you. Moving on down, we go to lot number 242. 2007 in a year is the Porsche Boxster 3.4S. Absolute stunning in the blue as well. I've got lots of commission bids on my book, so let me just run through these a minute. I'm going to go straight in at 4, 4.5, 5,000, 5.5, £6,000 and on outright sale from the word go. At £6,000 is the bid. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000 now. Let's go 6-2 if anyone wants to come in on this one. It's at £6,000 at the minute. At 6,000, 6,000. 6-2's bid. 6-4's back to me. At 6,004, 6-6, 6-8's my bid. At 6,008, would you like to go 7,000 online? At 6,800 is the bid here then with my commission bidder at the minute. At 6,008. At 6,800 is bid. At 6,000, 6,008, would anyone else like to come in for £7,000? 7,000's online. 2 back in with me at 7,002. At 7,000, 7,002. Online, would you like to go 7-4? At 7,002 is the bid. At 7-2, 7-2, 7-2, 7-2. 7-4, 7-4, 7-6 is bid. At 7,600 with my commission interest still. 7-6, 7-8. £8,000 now. At 8,000 is the bid now at 8. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, I'll take 2 if you're coming back in. 8-2, 8-4. 8-4 back in with me on my commission interest now at 8,004. At 8-4 is the bid. At 8,004, online needs to be 8-6. If you're coming in, it's now or never. We're at £8,400 with my commission bidder and selling today once at 8,004, twice at 8,400, finishing done, and it sells at 8,400. Sold at £8,400. To bidder number, commission bidder is 3028. Thank you very much to the commission bidder there. If you're watching, that's a lovely, lovely piece of Porsche there. Now, moving down, we go to lot number 243, 1960 Jaguar Mark II, 3.4 litre, done about 86,000 miles on this one. Offered with a heritage certificate as well. Starting away with my commission bids, £4,000 we start. At 4,000 is the bid. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000, 5. 4,500 is bid. I'm out now and you're in online at 4,005. Would anyone like £5,000? At 4,005 is an online bid. At 4,500, 4,500, 4,500. With you online at the minute at £4,500. I'll take 4,600 if it helps anyone, then we'll go 4,800. At 4,005. 4,600, 4,800's next. At 4,600 is the bid. At 4,600. At 4,600, we're bid at the minute at 4,600. Would you like to come in for 4,800? Last chance in fair warning online bidders. At 4,600. At 4,000, 4,600 is the bid now at 4,600. Finishing done then. Once, twice. Last chance. Fair warning. 4,800. At 4,008, welcome back. Lancashire is with you at 4,008. Would you like to go £5,000 under bidder? At 4,008 is the bid. At 4,800 bid now, 4,008. Are we finished and done? We'll count you down then at 4,800 once, twice. Finished and done at £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000. You're in online. At £5,000 is the bid. At 5,000 bid, then are we done and dusted? At £5,000, coming back in for two. Once, twice. Finished and done at £5,000. Provisionally with you online, 3552, 3552. Provisional bid, £5,000. Moving on to lot number 244, this time is the 1993. It's the Jaguar XJ6. It's the 4-litre one then. Well presented Grand Tour with low recorded mileage on this one. About 45,000 miles. It's owned for 22 years by our vendor as well. And it looks great there driving around on your screens now. Start the bidding off on this one. Anyone interested at £6,000 to start? 6,000 to get it going. How about £4,000 then? Won't go any lower. £4,000 to open it up today. £4,000, surely. Queuing up. Someone just needs to start. Thank you online. Australia, 4,005. At 5,000 is the bid. Go 5,500 if we can. At 5,000, 5,500. Gentleman's bid here at 5,005. At 5,005. 6,000's in online. Would you like another 5? 6,500, he says, yes, please. At 6,005. At 6,000, 6,005 is the bid at the minute. 7,000. Say 2? 7,2, okay. At 7,002. 7,4. At 7,4 with you in Hampshire in a minute. Would you like 7,6, sir? At 7,004 is the bid here. 7,6, thank you. At 7,600 is bid. 7,8. 7,8. Telephone bid at 7,8. 8,000 here. 8,000 is bid. Would you like 2, sir? 8,2. At 8,002. Telephones are online. Who wants 8,4? 8,4 online do. Shakes the head. So looking for you on the telephones now. At 8,004 is an online bid here. Would anyone else like 8,6? At 8,004. At 8,400. 8,6 already online. Sorry about that. And thank you. 8,8. 8,8 is bid. At 8,008. 8,008 and £9,000 now. It's going to go today. I'm going to get the hammer up. Ready to sell. 9,2. 9,002 is the bid. At 9,002. 9,4. 9,4 is bid. Telephone now. 9,6. At 9,600 we're online. At 9,6, 9,6, 9,6. 9,8. Tim's telephone at 9,008. 10,000 is bid. At 10,000, 10,002. Competing with multiple bidders online at 10,002. At 10,2 is the bid. At 10,002, 10,4 is bid on the telephone now at 10,004. 10,6 is straight back in at 10,006. At 10,600 is the bid. 10,8. Online, you knocked one of the telephones out and then the other one jumped straight back in at 10,008. Would you like 11,000? At 10,8 is bid. 11,000, yes, please. At £11,000 is the bid now at 11. It's a lovely Jaguar indeed. Right down here by the telephone bidders. Thank you. Will says 11,2. Before you online, I seen you tried getting in there, but you were just a little bit too slow, just behind the curve. At 11,2 on the phone. At 11,002, would you like to go 11,4? It's gonna sell then. Hammers up. At 11,200 on Will's telephone then once. At 11,204. And 6 is that. 11,006. Double bid in there online with you at £11,600 in Hampshire at the minute. At 11,006. Would you like to go 11,8? £11,800, he says on the phone. Thank you very much. £11,800 is now the bid at £11,800. At £11,800 online, would you like to go 12? At £11,800 is the bid at the minute. At £11,800, £11,800, £11,800. Are we finished and done then? Hammers up. At £11,800 and 12 bid. At £12,000 now. At £12,000. Hampshire bidders back in. At 12,000 is the bid. 12.2, thank you. At 12.2 bid. Telephone bidder now on wheels telephone at £12,200. At 12.2. Online, would you like to go 12.4? Hammers up. At 12,200 once. At 12,200 twice. We're finished and done and selling. Make no mistake online at £12,200 to the telephone. 12.4. 12.4. At £12,400. At 12,004, 12,600. Thank you, telephone bidder now at 12,006. At 12,600 is the bid. At 12,600 once, twice, and selling. Telephone's way, finished and done at £12,600. At £12,600. Sold at £12,600. Thank you on the telephone there. That's your bid. 2009, thank you very much on telephone bidder there. 2009 for £12,600 sold away. Moving on to lot number 245. Lot number 245 is the first bit of auto memorabilia today. Then it's the only bit as well. The AA Century Box Evocation, a fun piece to have in your man cave or she shed or whatever you want to call it. Then look how glorious and glamorous it looks. It's a cool piece. I don't know. Who's got £500 to start for it today? £500 for something that looks this great. Imagine the craftsmanship that went into building this. Surely we're £500 to start it off. Let's go 250 then. We'll go in £50 bids, but make it nice and quick if you wish to bid on this one. 250's in and away. Let's go 300. At 250 is bid. At 250, 253 is bid. At £300. At 300 is the bid now at 3. And 50 bid. At 350, 350, 350. Look how great it looks. Surely worth 400. You coming back in for one more? At 350 bid. At £350. Are we finished and done at just 350? 400 up top. Thank you. At 400 is the bid. At 400, 400. At 400, 450 against you is back online. At 450 is the bid. Would you like to go 5? At £450, we're bid now at 450. 500, thank you again, sir. At 500 is bid. At 500, 550 straight back in. At 550 now. At £550 is the bid. Would anyone else like to come in for 6? At 550, 550. Are we finished and done at £550? Last chance, fair warning, is online at £550 once, twice, finished and done at £550. It's not quite there, but we are close on that one at 550. We'll see what we can do, and it was to battle number 646. 646. Provisional bid, yes. Moving on to lot number 246. Lot number 246 is registration F1SHE. There we go. That's a nice, cool one, isn't it? Where are we up to with this one? Fishy, maybe? Or F1 for a female race car driver? I don't know. Great looking number plate. Let's go in. Start me off at £5,000 on this one. £5,000. Go to 3 then. 3 to kick it off today. We'll see where it gets to. 3,000 in and away. Let's go 3,500. At 3,000, 3,000 is the bid now online. Thank you for bidding online. It's your bid at £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000. At £3,000 is the bid now at 3. At 3,000, 3,000. With the maiden bid online, then we'll submit. The last chance in fair warning. If you're jumping in, now is your chance. At 3,000, finished and done once, twice. Last chance in fair warning at £3,000. We are a little way off on that one, but we will submit the bid to the vendor. Thank you very much. 1075's way. We will submit that bid and see what we can do at £3,000. Next number plate in and away is lot number 247. This one is W40LLY or Wally. There we go. Start me off on this one. I don't know. Who's got £3,000 to start again? How about £1,000? £1,000 for this one. 1,000 to kick it off today. Anyone interested at £1,000 here? Surely. Won't go any lower. If you wish to start it off, it needs to be £1,000. Thank you very much online. £1,000 is bid. At 1,000 is the bid. I'll go 1,200 next if we can on this one. £1,000. Would anyone like to come in for 1,200? At 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. At 1,000, finished and done then. Last chance in fair warning at 1,000. See that there. Sorry, sir. At 1,200. Thank you very much. It's 1,200 you're in. At 1,200 up top. At 1,200 is the bid now at 12. At 1,200, 1,200, 1,200. Are we finishing done at 1,200 then? We'll submit the bid once, twice, finishing done at £1,200. Oh, 14's back in online. At 1,400, it's against you up on the balcony if you want to come back for one more. At 1,400 is bid. At 1,400, 1,400, 16, thank you again. At 1,600, gentleman's bid up top at £1,600. At 1,600, 1,600. At 1,600, are we finishing done here at £1,600? Going to count you down once, twice. Finishing done at £1,600. That's provisionally with you, sir, at £1,600. Do you have a paddle number there? What's your paddle number? Just waiting there for the paddle number. Sorry about this online. Up top. Would you be able to just get someone to get it up top, and I'll just continue without delaying it any longer? Yeah. Right, we'll continue anyway. Lot number 248. Lot number 248 is this 2004 Aston Martin then. DB9 there. Sophisticated British GT as well. It looks great. It's one of the first cars I caught my eye yesterday coming in. Absolute lovely motor indeed. Going to start. You've got several commission bids. You're at 6.5, 7,000, 7.5, 8,000, 8.5, 9, 9.5, £10,000 is with my commission interest now. At £10,000 we start and on sale. At £10,000 is the bid. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Lots of bidders on this one. 10.5. My interest is out. At 10.5 and 11 bid. At 11,000, 11,000. At £11,000 is the bid at the minute. £11,000 is with you in Essex. Lovely car for just £11,000. Look at what you're getting. At 11,000 is the bid. At 11,000, 11,000, 11,000. We'll go 11,5, no need. At 11,005. At 11,5, 11,5, 11,5. Would anyone else like £12,000 now? At 11,005. At 11,5, 11,5. I'll tell you what, we'll go 11,6 and then we'll go 11,8. At 11,005. Who wants 11,6? 11,6, yes, please, they say online. Next bid's 11,8. At 11,600 is bid 11,8. Thank you online, you're in at 11,8. At 11,008 and 12,000 now. At £12,000 is the bid. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. Hammers in my hand is going to sell at £12,000. Would anyone else like to come in for another £200? At 12,2 you do. At 12,2 online. At 12,002. At 12,200 is the bid now at 12,002. At 12,2, 12,2, 12,2. Are we finishing done at £12,200? At 12,004. Thank you, sir. At 12,004. Online, would you like to go 12,6? At 12,400 is a gentleman's bid here. At £12,400 and selling today. Hammers up once. At £12,400, 12,6. Welcome in the West Midlands is with you at 12,006. At 12,600, would you like 12,8? Thank you. 12,8's bid. At £12,800. At 12,000, 12,008. Online, would you like to go 13? At 12,800, hammers up. Once. Twice. Finished in, 13's back in now. 13. New bidder there in North Yorkshire at £13,000. At 13,000, 13,000. At 13,000 is the bid now at 13. At 13, 13 bid. Are we finishing done? Would you like to go 13.2, sir? Shakes the head. Online once. 13.2. New bidder does though at 13,002. At 13.2 is the bid now at 13.2. At £13,200 we are bid now at 13.2. Finishing done here at 13,002. Once, twice. Hammers up and selling now at £13,200. Sold at 13.2, 1159. Moving on, we go to lot number 249. Is this 1968 Lotus Elan? It's the S4 drop head coupe as well. Look at that one. Little cute little car indeed. Start me off on this one. Only 20,000 miles as well. Just thought I'd throw that in there. Only 20,000 miles on this one. Start me off on this one. Who's got, I don't know, 10,000 to start? Seems reasonable to me. £10,000. Anyone interested in starting off today at £10,000? Surely. 10,000 to go. If you're coming in, start me off at 10. How about 8,000? Won't go any lower than 8,000 up top. Thank you, sir. 8,000 is bid. At £8,000, let's go 8.5. At 8,000 is the bid now, 8,000. At 8,000, 8.5. At 8.5, 9. 9,000 bid. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. Coming back in for the 5 online. At £9,000 is up top on the balcony. At 9.5. 9.5 against you. Would you like 10, sir? 10,000's bid. At 10,000, 10,000 up top. At 10,000 is bid. Online, you're coming back for the 5. At £10,000. At 10,000, are we finished and done at just £10,000 here? Would you like to go 5? 10.5 they do. 11 bid. 11,000 now. At 11,000, 11,000. At £11,000 is the bid. Online, would you like to go 11.5? At 11,000, 11,000, are we finished and done here at 11,000? I'll take 5 if you're coming back in now at £11,000. At 11,000, 11,000, then once. 5. 11.5, shakes the head up top. At 11,005, it's online. In Hampshire at the minute with you at 11,005. At 11.5, 11.5. At 11,005, would anyone else like £12,000? At 11.5, are we finished and done here? Last chance in fair warning then at 11,500 once, twice. Finished and done at £11,500. That's your bid online at 11.5, 18541. Provisional bid there, 11,500, 1850, 81. And lot number 250 is this lovely 1990 Mercedes-Benz right in front of the screen, 190. And over to you, Steve.
Tom, about 20 years, for reasons that I don't need to go into right now, I found myself in the Northwest African Republic of Mauritania, one of the most sparsely populated and poorest countries in the world. Attempting to get back to our accommodation, we were walking along a dusty road when I spotted a car coming in the distance. It was one of these, a Mercedes 190, the W201, but it wasn't like this one. The paint was scorched off the bonnet and indeed most of the metalwork. There wasn't a single pane of glass to be found anywhere on the vehicle, but on the roof was a sign, Le Petit Taxi. The 4 of us got in. A few miles up the road, 3 more people got in, and then we spied a tall figure waving at the side of the road, a gentleman of approximately 6'2", 6'3", who was wearing flip-flops, a Manchester United shirt, and no trousers, and no under-trousers of any kind. My French being not quite what it was back in school, I instead threw money at the driver and urged him to carry on and not allow this man to join us inside that car. But it was there, Africa, that the reputation of this car was made. Indestructible, unbreakable, the legend of the Mercedes 190. Some people say the last true Mercedes. Now, we've had a car like this before, believe it or not, and we thought we'll never see a 190E like this one ever again. And yet, a few months later, comes this one. Just over 15,000 miles from new. It's the 1.8 and an automatic. It won't set your trousers on fire. It's not even got alloy wheels. But I'll tell you what, is this the best Mercedes 190E in the world? Probably.
Well, let's find out what this one's worth today. I've got several commission bids that I'm going to start off with me here. I'm going to go straight in at 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5, £6,000 we start. At 6,000 is the bid at the minute with me. At £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000 and 5. At 6.5 is the bid now at 6,005. At 6,005 and 7 down front before you online. And 5 back in. At 7,005, 8,000 is bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8.5's you online. At 8,005, it's off to Ireland at the minute. 9,000's gone on at £9,000. At 9,000, 9,000. At 9,000, would you like another 5? 9.5 center of the room now. At 9,005. At 9,000, 9,500 is the bid here at 9,005. At 9,005 is bid with the gentleman in the middle of the room and 10 back in. Would you like 10.5? 10.5 nods okay. 10.5 is bid. At 10,005. Online, would you like to go 11? 11 they do. 11,000 is bid. At 11,000 now. At £11,000 is the bid now at 11. I'll say 11.2 next if it helps anyone out at £11,000. 11.2, thank you, sir. 11.2's bid. Online, 11.4 if you want to go again. At 11,200 is the bid here. At 11.2, 11.2. At 11,200, we are bid. At 11,200 is the bid now at 11.2. Are we finishing done then? With the gentleman here at £11,200, I'll take 11.4 if anyone else wants to come in now at £11,200 for the first time then. At £11,200. For the second time, make no mistake, you're still hovering on 11.4. Ireland sneaking back in at 11,004. And we're going to sell today. The hammer's up. Ireland's in at 11,004. 11.6. Thank you again, sir. £11,600. At 11,006. At 11.6, 11.6, 11.6. Online, Ireland, you coming back in for one more. We're going to sell it, if not, at £11,600. The hammer's up this time then at £11,600. We'll count you down now at 11,600 once, twice, finished, done, selling now, £11,600. Your bid, sir. Thank you very much. 266. Moving on, we go to lot number 251 this time. Then lot number 251 is 1967. It's the Gilburn Genie, handsome-looking thing. This one is indeed. Let's start the bidding off with me. I'm going to go £2,500, £3,000. We start with you at £3. At £3,000. Bids online now at 3,000 here. At 3,000 is the bid. 3.5 if you want to come in. 3.5, yes, please. At 3,005. At 3.5's bid. Would you like to go 4? At 3,005. At 3,000, 3,500 is the bid. Are we finishing done here at just 3.5? I'll go 3.6 and then 3.8 if it helps. At 3,005. At 3.5, 3.5, 3.5. 3.6 is bid. 3.8, will you? 3.8 bid, thank you again. Moves on online at 3,008. At 3,000, 3,800 is the bid here at 3,008. At 3,800, are we finishing done? Would you like to come back in for 4? 4 you do. Thank you online. Bristol bidder at £4,000. At 4.2. At 4,002, Skegness is with you now at 4.2. At 4,002. At 4.2, 4.2, 4.2. At £4,200 is the bid. Would you like to go for 4? At 4,002 is bid. At 4,200 now. Are we finishing done then at £4,200? 4.4. Bristol back in 4.4. At 4,400 is the bid now at 4,004. Would anyone else like to go 4.6? At 4,004. At 4,000, 4,400. Finishing done then. Online bid here at 4,400 once. 4.6. Back in now at 4,006. Skegness bidder, you're in the lead at £4,600. At 4.6, 4.6. At 4,600 is the bid. At 4,006, would anyone else like to go 4.8? Now is your chance to come in if you do. At 4,600 then once. At 4,608. At 4,008. At 4,800 is bid. Would you like to go 5 now, Skegness? Your turn. At 4,008. At 4,000, 4,008. At 4,800, are we finishing done then? Last chance in fair warning. This time at £4,800 once, twice. Finished and done with the Bristol bidder there at £4,800. That's with you online at £4,800. Bristol bidder there provisionally to paddle number 7671. Moving on to lot number 252. 2002 Land Rover Defender. This is the 110 County TD5. Nice looking country vehicle indeed. It's the Messiah edition as well. Look at all the stuff that you're getting with this, ladies and gentlemen. This is an all singing, all dancing Land Rover. Let's start the bidding off here at 10,000. Anyone interested? Get it going. 10's bid. 10,000 now. At 10,000, we'll say 11 next. At 10,000 is the starting bid here at 10. At 10,000, 10,000. At £10,000, 11's bid. 12's back in. At £12,000. 13 bid and 14 bid. At 14,000 now. At 14 bid. At 14,000, 14,000. I'll take 15 if you will. At £14,000. 15,000, gentlemen's bid. My commission interest is out now at £15,000. At 15,000. At 15,000, 15,000 with a gentleman here in the room at £15,000. I'll take the 500s from this point. My commission interest is out now at £15,000. Would anyone like another 5? At 15,000. 15.5 online, say yes please. 16,000 again. Straight back in. At £16,000. At 16,000, 16,000. Would anyone else like 5? At £16,000 is the bid at the minute. At 16,000, 16,005. 16.5 online bidder. 17,000. Thank you again. At £17,000. Online, would you like 5? At 17,000 is the bid. At 17,000, 17,000. Are we finishing done then? At £17,000, I'll take one more 17.5. Thank you again online. 18,000 straight back in. Appreciate your fast bidding, sir. At £18,000 is your bid. At 18,000 now. At 18,000, 18,000. 18.5's back in online. 19,000's bid. At 19,000, 19,000. At £19,000. At 19,000 is the bid here at 19. Are we finishing done online? Would you like to go again for one more? At 19.5, yes, please, they say. Almost, sir. 20? 20,000, thank you. At 20,000, 20,000. At 20,000, 20,000. Would anyone else like to come in for another 5? At 20,000, the bid. Gentleman's bid then once at £20,000. Twice at £20,000. Finished and done then at £20,000. Oh, 20,005 on the death. One more? 750, all right. At 20,750. Can't say no, you've bought it this far, sir. Thank you very much. At 20,750 is bid. At 20,750 is the bid now at £20,750. Are we finished and done online? You're thinking about it. I'm going to count you down. Once, twice. Finished and done at £20,750. Provisionally. With you, sir. 94. Thank you very much. 20,750. Provisional. Moving on down the list we go to lot number 253 is a 1993. It's the Rover Mini Cooper, the 1.3. Unusual Manchester City themed Cooper. A bit controversial, I know. Start the bidding off on this one. Who's got? Well, someone likes it. At £3,400 we start. At 3,400 is the bid. At 3,000, 3,004. At 3,000, 3,400 pounds is the bid now at 3,004. Go nicely with your shirt, sir. At 3,004. At 3,004. At 3,400 pounds is the bid. I'll take 3,600. 3,600 is bid. At 3,006. At 3,006. 3,800. 4,000 if you're coming back in online. My bid at 3,800. 4,000's bid online now. At 4,000 pounds. Online bid here at 4. At 4,002. My bidder at 4,002. At 4,000, 4,200 is the bid. At 4,002. 4,400 will you? At 4,004. 4,400's bid. 4,600 is back to my commission bidder now. At 4,006. At 4,600 pounds here on the Mini Cooper, a Manchester City themed Cooper indeed. At 4,600. At 4,600. 4,800. 5,000 to my commission bidder and on outright sale now at £5,000. You've almost won the league at £5,000. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance. Fair warning. Finishing done then at £5,000 and selling at 5,000. Sold at £5,000. Thank you very much. 3023 commission bidder. Moving on to lot number 254 then. Lot number 254 is this 1976 Rolls-Royce then, Silver Shadow. Nice Silver Shadow in current ownership for 21 years. There we go. Lovely, lovely, pretty looking Rolls-Royce indeed. Start me off on this one. Who's got, I don't know, £4,000 to start for the Rolls-Royce? 4,000 to get it going. 4,000 doesn't seem too far off for me. 4,000. Go to 2,000 then. £2,000 to start. 2's the bid. At 2,000 now. At £2,000 we're bid. 2,200 if you're coming in. 2,500 is that. We'll take it. 2,500. Go 3,000 next. At 2,005. Online. At 2,005. At 2,000, 2,500 is the bid here at 2,005. Let's go 2,600 and then 2,800. At 2,005. 2,600. 2.6 is bid. Online bidder at the minute at £2,600 and 2.8 now at 2008. Would you like to go 3? 3 they do. At £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000. 3.2. 3.2's bid online. At 3,002. Would anyone else like 3.4? At 3,002. At 3,200 is the bid. At 3,000, 3,002. At 3.2 is the bid now at 3,002. Would anyone else like to come in for 3.4 on this one? At 3,200 is an online bid at the minute. At 3,002. At 3.2, 3.2, 3.2. Finished and done then. Last chance in fair warning. Rolls-Royce, 3.4 bid. You know a bargain when you see one, sir. At 3,004. At 3,004 is the bid now at 3,006. At 3,006, would you like 3.8? At 3,006 is the bid here. At 3,006. At 3,006, would anyone else like 3,008? The last chance in fair warning. And gentleman's bid here at 3.8's back in online. Online bid at 3.8. Would you like 4, sir? At 3,008, fourth bid. Gentleman's bid now at £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000. Online, would you like to go 2? At £4,000. Are you finished and done online? Last chance in fair warning this time then. With the gentleman here at £4,000 once. Twice. Finished and done. Gentleman's bid at £4,000. Provisionally with you, sir, at £4,000. And that is to paddle number 190. Thank you very much. Moving on to lot number 255 this time then. Lot number 255, 1988 Austin Metro. The second Van den Plough of the sale. Only 18,000 miles on this one. I'm going to go straight in at £3,000 online. At 3 is the bid. At 3,000 now, let's go 3.2. At £3,000 is the bid. Would anyone like to come in? 3.2 in the middle. At 3.2 bid. At 3,002. Next bid's 3.4 if you're coming in. At 3,000, 3,200 is the bid now at 3,002. At 3,000, 3,200 is the bid now at 3,002. We finished and done it. Just £3,200. Surely not. The last 3.4. At 3.4, 3.6. 2 bidders online. Would you like 3.8, sir? 3.8 in the middle. At 3,008. At 3,000, 3,800 is bid. Online looking for you now. Would you like to take it up to £4,000? Last chance in fair warning if you do. It's your bid already at 3.8. 4,000 against you now, though, sir. At 4,000 is bid. Nottinghamshire's in the lead at £4,000. Say 2 if anyone else wants to come in. At 4,000, 4,000. At £4,000 is the bid now at 4,000. Are we finished and done? I'll take 100 if it helps anyone out for one more. At £4,000. Finished and done then. We'll count you down online. At £4,000 we go once. At £4,000 we go twice. Finished and done with you online at £4,000. Your bid online at 4,11658. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, got some updates to go through. Lot number 566, the Austin Healey Frog-Eyed Sprite. Sold away at £9,400. Lot number 240, the Audi 80, sold away at £4,600. There we go. Moving on to lot number 256 this time. Then lot number 256 is the 1977. It's the Chevrolet Camaro. Look at this one. Nice another piece of American history. We've had a couple of American cars in today's sale, and this is a lovely piece, an example of it. Start me off on this one. Let's go straight in. Anyone interested at £8,000 to start here? 8,000. Camaro, just £8,000. How about 5 then? 5 to get it going today. Can't go any lower than that. £5,000 if you wish to start. 5's bid. 5.5, sir? 5.5 bid now, 5.5. At 5.5. At 5,005. 6,000 here. It was your bid at 5.5. Would you like to go 6.5, sir? 6.5. Would you like to go 7,000 in the middle? 7,000 in the middle now at 7,000. Would you like to go another 5, sir? At 7,000 is the bid. Gentleman's bid in the middle of the room at £7,000. I'll take 2s from this point then if it helps you out. At £7,000. Go 7.2 if anyone wants to come in. 7.2's online. At 7,002. 7.4. At 7.4. Gentleman's bid at 7,004. Online, would you like to go 7.6? At 7,004. At 7.4, 7.4, 7.4. 7.6 is bid. At 7.6. New bidder in Halifax. It's with you at 7.6. At £7,600. Would you like to go 7.8? Get in the nod again. At 7,008, it's against you online. At £7,800. Gentleman's bid here at 7.8. If you're coming back in online, it needs to be 8. At 7,800 is the bid. 8,000, they say yes, please. At 8,000 bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. 8,2, thank you again. At £8,200, we're back in here at 8,002. At 8,000, 8,200 is the bid now at 8,002. Would you like to go 8,4? At 8,200, are we finished and done then online? If you're coming in, it's now or never. At 8,200 once. At 8,200 a bid then twice. Finishing done then with the gentleman at £8,200. We'll have to make the phone call on it, sir. 266. Thank you very much. 266. 8,200. Provisional bid. Moving on to lot number 257. This time is the 1970s Triumph Stag, a true English icon indeed, and it's lovely and it's green as well. Starting off with my commission bidders here, I'm going to go 2, 2.5, 2.5. We start at 2005. I'm going to go 2.6 and then 2.8. At 2008. At 2,800 is the bid. At 2.8 bid. At 2,800 now. Take 3 if you're coming in online. At 2,000, 2008. At £2,800 is the bid now at 2008. Would anyone like 3? 3,000, you're in online. And away it goes at £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. Would anyone else like to come in for 2 again? At £3,000 is the bid here. Triumph Stag, 1970s at just £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000. Are we finished and done then with the online bidder at the minute? At £3,000 is the bid. 3-2. Gentleman's bid seated. Thank you, sir. At 3,002. At 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. Online, would you like to go 3-4? Or anyone else? At 3,002. At 3-2 is the bid. 3-4 is back in online. 3-4 online bidder with you locally in Cheshire at 3-4. At 3,400 is bid. At 3-4 is the bid now, 3,004. Would anyone else like to come in for 3,006? At 3,004. Finished and done. Last chance. Fair warning at £3,400. Make no mistake, online bidder, if you're coming in for 3,600, they are. At 3,006. At 3,600 is the bid now at 3,006 in Gwynedd. At 3,006. 3,800. At 3,800 now, Cheshire bidder, you're back in at 3,008. Would you like to go £4,000 under bidder? Now's your chance if you do. Last chance and fair warning to be fact. At £3,800 for the first time then. At £3,800. For the second time, you're finished and done at £3,800. 4. 4 is in and away. At 4,000 now. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Coming back in for another 2 online. At 4,000 is the bid now at 4. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Are we finished and done? At £4,000 then once. At 4,000 the bid. Twice. Last chance online at £4,000. That's your bid online at 4,000, 3,288. Provisional bid. Moving on to lot number 258. Then lot number 258 is the 1937, the BSA 10 Saloon. Rare example there. Look at that. Starting off, I believe we got a couple of telephones on this one as well. Start the bidding off then. I don't know who's got 3,000 to start. Doesn't seem far off for me. £3,000. Anyone interested at £3,000 to kick it off today? Go to 2 then. 2 to start. Anyone interested today at £2,000 to kick it off for me? 2,000. Needs to be. Can't go any lower. So if you're coming in on the phone, start me off at 2. Thank you. £2,000. Telephone bidder. At 2,000 is the bid. At 2,000 now. At 2,000, 2,000 we're bidding away. At 2,000 and 2,2. 2,2's in. Would you like 2,4? At 2,004. 2,4 before you. I've seen the telephone's hand first online. At 2,004. I'll take 2,6 if you want to come back in. The telephone was in first. At 2,004. 2,6. They say yes, please. At 2,006. 2,8. At 2,008. At 2,800 is the bid now at 2,008. Looking for you online. Would you like to go 3? At 2,000, 2,800 is bid. You coming back in for one more. Last chance in fair warning online. It's on the telephone at the minute at £2,800 once. 3,000's back in. New bidder entirely there. And Angus with you. 3-1. Okay, 3-1. Bid's a bid. 3,001. Take 3-2. At 3,100, looking for you online now. At 3,001, or at anyone else like to come in for 3-2. At 3,100 on the telephone with Will, 3-2 against you. At 3,002, 3-3. Straight back in on the telephone now. At 3,300 is the bid. At 3-3. At 3,300 we're bid now at 3,003. Finishing done then at 3,003. Would anyone else like to come in now? At 3,300 online. Looking for you. At 3,300. Are we finishing done then? I'll count you down once. At 3,300. Twice. At 3,300. Finished and done then at 3,300. And on outright sell at 3,300. So if you're coming in, I'm counting it down again. I just had a flash at 3,003, 3, 4. If you're coming in once, twice, finished, done, and selling now at 3,300. Yours. $1,001. I just put Will's phone on there, right? I missed it. Right, moving on to the next one here. Just before I do, lot number 23 has just been passed for me. The Harley Davidson yesterday, the Fat Boy, now sold away at £8,000. And we go down to lot number 259 this time then. Lot number 259, 1984 Mercedes-Benz. This is the 230 TE. Again, a rare example to find, and we're offering it today at Manor Park with no reserve, and I've got bids galore on my screen, and you've got a few bids there. I'm going to go in with your bid at 1,500. I'll go 1,600, 1,700, 1,800, and I need to take 2,000 next if I can. At 1,800 is the bid. 2,000, 2-2's back on my book. At 2,002, 2-4, I'm out and you're in online at £2,400. 2-6, 2-8. 2-8's bid at 2,008. At 2,000, 2,800 is the bid now at 2,008 and 3,000 back in. At 3,000, would anyone else like to come in for another two? At 3,000, 3-2's online. At 3,000, 3,002, 3-4. At 3-4 bid. At 3,004, London bidder at 3-4, 3-6, somewhere in the United Kingdom with you at 3,006. At 3-6 is the bid. At 3,000, 3,600. Would you like to go 3-8 now? 3-8 you do. And 3-8 bid. 4,000's next. At 3,008. At 3,000, 3,800 is the bid now. 4. At £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000 the bid. And 4,000 and 4-2. At 4-2, 4-2 online at 4-2. Would anyone else like to go 4-4? At 4,200 is the bid here at the minute in Leicestershire at 4,002. Are we finished and done? Underbidders. Would you like to come back in again at 4,002, 4-4? Yes, please. At 4,004 is the new bid. At 4,000, 4,004. At 4,400 a bid. At 4,000, 4,004, we finished and done online. 4-6, no, they're not. 4-6, it goes on. Leicestershire's back in now at £4,600 is your bid online. At 4,006, would you like to go 4-8 underbidder? At 4,006. At 4,600, the bid now, 4,006 is bid. Hammers up. It's to be sold. Make no mistake. Finished and done at £4,600. 4-8. 4-8 bid. At 4,008 now, 4-8 and £5,000 back in. At £5,000 is between London and Leicestershire at the minute. And Leicestershire, you're in at 5. At £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000, say 2 anywhere else. At 5,000 is the bid now at 5,002. At 5,2, 5,2, 5,2. At 5,200 we're bid. Would you like to go 5-4 underbidder? Make it nice and quick if you do. At 5-2, 5-4. At 5-4 and 5-6. Thank you, London. Straight back in with you at 5,006. At 5,600 is the bid now at 5,006. Would you like to go 8? Hammers up at 5,600. Once, twice, and it sells this time then at £5,600, finished and done. It's 5-6. Thank you. That's at £5,600. That was 5,003. 5,003. 5,600. £100. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to pass you over to Steve Berry to talk through the next 10 minutes or so. We've got some great things coming up, so have a good listen, keep your eyes peeled, and we'll be back in about 5-10 minutes' time. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm here with the boss, so I better watch what I say. Hello, Stephen. This is Stephen Ashford, who's the chairman of Manor Park Classics. And we want to talk about our platinum sale, don't we, Stephen?
Yes, we do. We've got a great lineup already. Some of them are here, portioned off here. We've got some supercars. Yeah, quite excited about it.
I like that Focus there in Focus Blue. It looks like a regular Focus RS, which is a great car, but maybe not something that you might expect to find in our platinum sale. But that one's a very special one, isn't it? I think you only need to look at those massive Mount Tune calipers to realise that's not a regular RS.
It's very, very highly spec'd. Great colour as well, isn't it? I mean,
it is. I love that Ford RS Blue. It's a fantastic colour.
Colours.
Yeah. It is very much so, isn't it? Hey, Magnum PI, Stephen.
Yeah, I had one of these a few years ago. I had one with 1,000 miles on the clock. Imagine what that's worth now. Yeah, it's a 32S GTS, one of the final run-out models. Very special car, beautiful car. I mean, they stand so well, don't they?
Well, this not exactly the fastest. You've owned some very fast cars. I've managed to drive other people's very fast cars. Not the fastest car in the world, but I think one of the best looking. And they say in Ferrari circles, one of the most reliable cars that Ferrari have ever made.
Yeah, very solid, ran well. This is a GTS, so I think it's an 88 from memory. Really, really solid, great car, and very popular for a long period of time.
Yeah.
Ferrari ran this from, I think it was 76 until 89. This was the final GTS late 80s run-out series. So, yeah, it was a long-standing car for Ferrari.
And can I give you a bit of trivia on it?
Go on, please do.
Those wing mirrors are exactly the same mirrors that Ducati's had on it. A Ducati from that period had not just similar, but the exact same rear view. But people often say, oh, Ducati's the Ferrari of motorcycles. So, you know.
Yeah. I mean, they developed the 288 GTO from this car.
Yeah.
Which is probably one of the first, if not the first, halo car that Ferrari made.
And that's one of my favourite cars of all time because of Top Trumps. In Top Trumps, if you got the 288 GTO, it'd beat just about anything.
Yeah, my favourite halo cars are the 288 GTO and the F40.
Wow.
All from this period.
Yeah.
All from the late 80s, 1990. So fantastic. Great car.
This car's got a hell of a presence, hasn't it? Especially from this frontal view. Seeing that coming up behind you. I used to work for a bloke a long time ago. I've said this before. He had 3 cars. He was the chairman of a PLC, and I worked as his assistant. He had a Range Rover, which was a big deal in the late 80s. He had a 750iL BMW, and he had an Aston Martin V8 Vantage in fire engine red. And the thing that I remember about that car is when I was only 25, we had a heck of a job getting me insured on those 3 cars, but we did eventually. People would swerve so violently out of the way to get out of its way. It was unbelievable. And I think this is a similar car. This is a car which, if it was coming up behind you on the motorway, you get out of the way, wouldn't you? Because it's got so much presence.
Yeah, so this was the top of the range at the time, the Vanquish. This is an S.
Yeah.
So super fast, super fast. And it's just had quite an extensive refurbishment program. And it looks and drives superbly, absolutely superbly. It's a really nice car.
These are amazing value for money as well, aren't they? Because the price now, compared to the new price, it's quite sharp intake of breath when you realise how much they were new.
Steve, unbelievable value for money. I mean, this can be bought for, I think this is guided at around 38,000, and it's an S, which was the specialist run-out version of it. So it's one of the latest, one of the last ones. Yeah, the fantastic value for money. When you think that these were probably 180,000 brand new.
Yeah. And this one's been looked after, hasn't it? It's obvious. You just look at the front for evidence of neglect. It's not there. The wheels are in great shape. The interior is fantastic. That's what our platinum sale's all about, really, isn't it? We have great cars in the regular sales at Manor Park, but this is something just a bit special.
Yeah, so our platinum sale is all about focusing on cars that are over 40,000. And that's all kinds of classic cars, sports cars, performance cars, vintage cars, but it's just focusing above that bracket because we here at Manor Park Classics fill this space with cars for all budgets. And it's always been our thing since the day we started, and it always will be. So there's cars here for every pocket. from 5,000 to 500,000, and all walks of life. Anybody who wants to get into classic motoring can come to Manor Park Classics, and they can start their life in classic cars.
Yeah,
and it's always been very important to us to do that. Not just focus on high level, unachievable things, but really get people on that ticket, on that dream ticket from day one. And that's what we do here every 7 weeks. But yeah, the Platinum is to focus on, and we only have two, perhaps 3 of them a year.
Stephen, can I take you back just for a moment to the mid to late 80s? And anyone who thought they were anyone and made a bit of brass doing whatever they were doing, football player, property developer, car dealer, anybody who thought they were anybody got themselves one of them, and it was that colour, wasn't it? Guards red.
Guards red. That's
yeah.
it. Yeah. And when you saw one on the road, it was a real head turner, wasn't it? As you said earlier, in the 80s, really posh cars, classic, really good sports cars were not. They weren't around very often.
You didn't see
when
them
you
that
saw
much.
One,
big deal.
You stopped in the street and watched it go by, didn't you? Really, it was fantastic.
But it really did epitomise that era, didn't it? And especially in cabriolet form. I personally prefer the coupe. I prefer a hardtop car. But there was something about the cabriolet version that spoke of glamour, success, money at that time. And this is a particularly good example, isn't it?
Very good example, yeah. Really, really well kept, really well cherished, and you can see it there. It's it'll go well, that, and it's got the famous tin top whale tail at the back. The tea tray, as they call it.
It's got to have the tea tray, hasn't it? I remember one of these ended up in a canal because, like as I say, a lot of the lads, a lot of these cars, this particular model, they had hard lives because the fellas, and it was fellas, if I'm honest, that bought these. Lived fast. They worked hard and they lived fast, didn't they? So to find one in this absolutely ridiculously brilliant condition, quite rare.
It wasn't always fellas. Victoria Principal had one in Dallas.
Did she?
Yes, she did.
Right.
Absolutely.
I thought she would have had
the girls have them as well.
Oh,
while we're chatting, can we just mention that we're underneath our brand new mezzanine? Let's just give this a mention, please.
We are up there. It's a whole new world. Now, if you watch the bike previews, and I do urge you to watch the bike previews for our sales here at Manor Park, largely because it's me going on about motorbikes for an hour and a half. But I did suggest that we were having a pool table and a jukebox up there, maybe a dartboard. What do you think?
No, there's no space for that. That's a car space. This mezzanine will turn us into the largest fixed permanent auction facility in the UK.
Yeah,
gives us more floor space than anybody else.
Right.
So I'm really pleased with that. Really quite proud of
that. Yeah, and last week I was on a bit of a mission down south, and I visited. I'm wondering whether I should say this, but I think I'm going to mention it. I visited perhaps a rival of ours or another company doing something very similar, and it was. People asked me, and I said, "Well, it was very old school." And what surprised me, and the information's out there, so if you think I'm having a pop, just read the information. It seemed to me like they made life much harder for the people that were trying to sell their bikes and cars. I don't think I was quite aware of just how good people have it here at Manor Park.
Well, thank you. Yeah,
well, but it's not the same everywhere you go, is it, Stephen?
No, it's not. And we've tried to change the industry, and I think for the last 5 years we have changed the industry. I think we've seen a lot of people in the auction industry change their ways, but we led the way with that when we first opened. And what this is going to be above, it's going to concentrate on the bikes. There will be some cars up there as well, but it gives us indoor storage for over 200 cars and 100 bikes.
Yeah.
Which is just out of this world, and that's inside in a secure gated environment. There's also room for another 100 cars outside as well. So we can be having ongoing sales and an ongoing stock of 250, 300 cars plus 100 bikes.
Because we know, we are fully aware, just in case anybody was wondering, a lot of the cars and bikes that come to us, the people's pride and joy. We've got a bike in this sale that was just yesterday, and the fella had spent 12 years restoring this bike. So we know these are not run-of-the-mill objects, are they? The cars and bikes that we have in. Most of them are special in some way. That's what we're all about. And we understand that people have a lot invested in them. And so we have a responsibility to look after them. And we do.
And we do. As a collector myself, one of the reasons I set this business up was because I wanted the facility where somebody can bring their prized, and they are prized possessions, and then it may be a probate where you've got a member of the family, and again, it's a prized possession.
Many times we've had that, haven't we?
Yes, of when that, sadly, somebody's died. They want that to come here. It comes through these gates. It's secure until it leaves these gates sold.
Can we walk this way? And
Yeah.
there's a couple of other cars that are in the platinum sale. Can I just also say that on the evening, it's Wednesday, the 12th of November, on the evening of the platinum sale, we're going to have a special guest on that day. And it's a chap called Anthony Reid. If you've heard of Anthony, it's probably because in the 90s, at the height of Super Touring, he raced for Nissan and Ford for their works team. He's one of the stalwarts of Goodwood and the Revival and the Festival of Speed. If we could just come through here, I just want people to see the Maserati and the BMW. And he's also on the BBC's 100 Greatest Sporting Moments of All Time, Anthony, because he got clattered, that's the only way to put it, by Matt Neal on live television after a particularly robust round of the British Touring Car Championship. And to his credit, Anthony barely missed a beat, although it did knock his baseball cap round to the side and made him look like a bit of a rapper, which, as he's actually a posh Scotsman who went to the same school as Tony Blair and was in the same year as Tony Blair at school. And he might talk a bit about that on the night. You never know if we get a couple of drinks inside.
Your knowledge of trivia, Steve, is outstanding.
Can we just have a look at this Maserati, Stephen? Because I think it's such a beautiful car.
I do too. It's fabulous.
The 3500 GT, an elegant two-door coupe, super Leggera construction, of course, super lightweight, and the styling done. I thought it was pure Pininfarina, but as usual, I'm wrong, because it's Touring of Milan who did the styling on this car. And it is, Stephen, it's just exquisite, isn't it?
It's stunning. It's in a beautiful colour combination. It's had a fantastic refurbishment. Just come and have a look at the interior. It's been very well looked after and maintained, exceptionally stored. So yeah, it's one of the stars for the Platinum.
I wonder if, Stephen, you're familiar with a black and white film called Room at the Top, starring a chap called Lawrence Harvey.
No.
It's one of the kind of landmark black and white British films of the 1960s. And in it, Lawrence Harvey, who his real name wasn't Lawrence Harvey, he was actually Latvian or Estonian or something like that, but he was a very convincing Brit. He plays a businessman on the make. He's trying to get his way to the top of the greasy pole in the Yorkshire textile industry. And at the end of the movie, to show that he's won, he's seen off all his rivals, he comes out of the mill and there's an amazing shot, the camera going up and up as he walks past the mill workers who are basically in rags in his beautifully cut suit to a Maserati 3500 GT. And they're saying, he's got to the top, that fella. Look what he's driving. And on a street in Halifax, this car looked like a spaceship.
Yeah, it will have done. We need to get a still of that, don't we?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And can we just, before we go back to Tom, mention the BMW? Do we need to go round to it? Let's let people have a look at this BMW. Did you ever have one of these, Stephen?
I love this car.
Oh my goodness me, what a car. I nearly swore then. What a car. It is just, it's so elegant, isn't it?
It's beautiful. Again, it's had a fantastic refurbishment. And it's been upgraded. Obviously, it didn't, I think the BBS alloys look superb.
Hold on. The car that I learnt to drive in had the same wheels. My dad, for reasons best known to himself, managed to acquire a car from the same era, a 2002 TII with Kugelfischer fuel injection. I learnt to drive in it. It had the BBS split rims with the gold centres.
Fantastic.
And do you know what he
said?
Boy. Well, do you know what he said to me after I passed my test? I passed my test 11 days after my birthday. I said, Dad, I passed. He said, well done. Don't think you're going to be driving around in the BMW. I've got your car. It's out the back. I went out the back. My heart sank, Stephen. A Citroen Ami brake. In other words, a 2CV and a posh frock.
Got to start somewhere, mate.
Yeah, but
I've sold a few of those here.
Well, the funny thing is, now they're valuable.
Of course they are.
At the time, I thought, I'm never going to get a girlfriend. I've cleaned that up a bit. I actually thought something else, but I thought I'll never get a girlfriend. I'll tell you what, though, it's a shame we can't get a look at the interior because, if anything, it's you're very tall. Perhaps you can let him. There we are. You're tall compared to me. Most people are. Look at the interior. Look at that. Phenomenal. So, shall we just remind
It's a
people
beauty.
again of our platinum sale, Wednesday the 12th of November. It's in the evening. We should remind them of that as
Starts
well,
at 5
shouldn't we?
p.m.
Yeah.
And we've got a full lineup. We've got entertainment. We've got food and drink, and it will just be a really good evening. As well as the auction, there's just lots going on, lots to see. So yeah, come on down.
Thanks, Stephen. That's our chairman, Stephen Ashworth. An enthusiast. That's the thing about Manor Park. I've been involved with all kinds of organisations like that, and a lot of people working there were just doing a job. Every single person here at Manor Park is an enthusiast. It's difficult sometimes because after the sale, we end up just gassing up there for God knows how long. So I'll stop doing that now, get on with the sale, and hand you back to Tom. But just remind you of that date, Wednesday the 12th of November, our platinum sale here at Manor Park in Cheshire. And we start, not at our usual 11 a.m., we're starting at 5 p.m. Back to you, if he's ready. Can you hear me, Tom? Oh, Tom's still busy. Anything else? Can you hear us, lad?
Yes, ready when you are. Right,
marvellous.
there we go.
Thank you, Tom.
2004 BMW Z4, the E85. Look at that. What a way to come back into it. I've got commission bids. As long as my sheet on this one, I'm going to go straight in at 5, 5.5, 6, 6.5, £7,000. But I need to take 7.2 next. At £7,000 is the bid at the minute. At 7,000, 7,000. Straight in and away at £7,000 is going to sell today. At 7,000 is the bid now at 7,000. At 7,000, 7,000. Would anyone else like to come in for another 2 here? At 7,000 is the bid. At 7,000, 2. 7,500 is my commission bid. At 7,005. At 7,500 is the bid. Take 7,800 next if you're coming back in. At 7,005. At 7,500, 7,500, 7,500. Are we finished and done online? Would you like to go for one more? Because the hammer's up and it's going to sell. At 7,500 once, twice, and selling now at £7,500. Sold at £7,500 to our commission bidder 3011. Thanking you very much there. Moving down, we go to lot number 261 next. Then lot number 261 this time is the registration number 800 BTU. Who's got, I don't know, £1,000 to start me off today? £1,000. Anyone interested? How about £500 to start them? Five's in and away online at £500. 800 BTU at 500. I'll take 600 next if anyone wants to jump in. At 500 is bid. At 500, 500 finished and done then. At last chance in fair warning. Maiden bid jumping in online at £500 once, twice. Finished and done at £500. Provisionally with you 1429, 1429, £500. Provisionally. Moving on to lot number 262, another registration. This one is YE51WUD. And again, straight away, start me off on this one. Who's got £500 to start? 500 to start. Seems a good figure to start at to me. 500's bid. At 500, let's go 6. At £500 is the bid now at 5. At 500, 500, 500. At £500 is the bid here online. At 500, are we finished and done? 600 bid, thank you. Ladies bid now at £600. At 600 is the bid. Online, would you like to go 7? At 600, 600. At 600 is bid. Last chance in fair warning. And at £600, go once, go twice. Finished and done at 600. Provisionally with you at £600 to paddle number 991. Thank you very much. Moving down, we go to lot number 263. This time it's the 1965. They got another lovely little Triumph there. No reserve. Triumph 6-cylinder cabriolet there. 92,000 miles on the clock. This one modern stereo system is also included as well. To be sold today. We're going in already online. Going to go 500, 600 bid. At £600 now. 700, 800's back in online. At 800, 900, £1,000 with the online bidder. Go one more. 1,100, they're out. At 1,100, 1,200, someone else is coming. At 12 and 13 bid. At 1,300 now, 14's back in. 1,500. At 1,500, 1,500, 1,600. At 17 bid. At 1,700 now, gentleman's bid here. At 1,700, online, would you like to go 18? At 1,700, 1,700, are we finishing done? At £1,700. Last chance in fair warning if you're coming back at 1,800, 1,900. Thank you again. At 1,902, two's bid. At 2,000 now, it's against you. 2-1. 2-1 back in. 2-2. 2-3. At 2,003. At 2,300 a bid. Gentleman's bid here at 2,003. Would anyone else like to go 2-4 on this one? At 2,003. No reserve to be sold today. At 2,300. Hammers up this time then at 2,003. Are we finished and done online? Last chance in 2-4. At 2-4 bid. 2-5. Straight back in at 2,005. Make it nice and quick online if you want to go 2-6. At 2,500 a bid then once. Twice. Finished and done then online at £2,500. Your bid at 2.5, sir. What was your paddle number there? 93. Thank you. Moving on to lot number 264 this time then. Lot number 264 is a 1989. It's the Rover Mini 30. Another one, lovely one of our minis in today's sale. Low mileage on this one. Showing about 35,000 miles. And it's had very few miles done since its restoration as well. There we go. Start me off on this one. Who's got £5,000 to start? Anyone interested at 5? How about £3,000 to kick it off today? 3's bid. In and away at £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. Let's go 2 next. At 3,000 is the bid. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. Go 2. At £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000. Anyone else coming in for another 2? At £3,000 is the bid at the minute. At 3,000, 3,2 up top. Thank you, sir. At 3,002. At 3,000, 3,002. Would anyone else like to go 3-4? At 3,2 is the bid at the minute. At 3,000, 3,004. 3-4's bid. Would you like 3-6? 3-6. At 3,006. At 3,006. 3-8 bid back on the telephone. At 3,008. Next bid's 4. At 3,800 we're bid. You coming back in 4? Thank you, sir. At £4,000. At 4,000 is the bid at the minute. Up top at 4. Telephone, you coming back in or online? Okay, 4-1. 4-1's bid. 4-2. And on sale at 4,002. It goes today at £4,200. Hammers in hand at 4,002. Last chance on the telephones then. We'll count you down on the phones. Shaking the head at 4,200 once, twice. Finished and done then. Gentleman's bid at £4,200. Sold your way up top. 192. Thank you. Moving to lot number 265 this time. Lot number 265, 1989 is the Renault GTA V6 there. Oh, look at that one. Lovely Renault it is indeed. Lovely colour combination on it as well. Lots of older paperwork included. They're becoming very rare. These don't see them on the roads very much anymore. Starting with my commission bids in, I'm going to go 2,500, £3,000. Let's go 3.5 next. At 3,000 is the bid. At 3,000, 3,000. At £3,000 at the minute on my commission bid here. At £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000. Would anyone else like to come in for another 5? 3 5s in online. My commission's out at 3,005. At 3,000, 4 bid. At 4,000 now, take 5 if you're coming back in online. At 4,000 a bid. At 4,000, 4,000. Ladies bid here at £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000. Take 5 again. At £4,000, you finished and done online. At 4,000, let's go 2 next then. If you're coming back in for the 200s. At 4,000 is the bid. At 4,000, 4,000. Are we finished and done here? 4 2s back in online. Would you like to go 4-4? At 4,002, 4-4. And back to you at 4,004. Online, are you thinking about it? Would you like to go 4-6? At 4,004. At 4,004 then, here in the room at £4,400. Are we finished and done? I'll count you down online at 4,004. Once. At 4,004. Twice. At 4,004. We're all finished and done then at £4,400. Provisionally with you at 4,400 to paddle number 991. Thank you very much. And we move down to lot number 266 is up next. Lot number 266 is this 1990 MG Metro, another one of our Metros in today's sale. Quite a sporty looking Metro this one is. Done about 62,000 miles on this one. Supplied with V5 registration documents and book pack as well. And we're straight in online running away at the minute and going to go 6,000s with your bid. At 6,000 straight away. And on sale from the word go this one. Let's go 6.2. At 6,000 is bid. In the market now at £6,000. At 6,002, at 6.2, coming back in online, 6.4, 6.6, at 6,006, 6.8, £7,000 is an online bid. At 7,000 here, take 2 again. At 7,000, 7,000, 7.2, at 7,200 your bid now, sir. At 7,002 seated, at 7,002. It sells today at £7,200 online if you're coming back in. For one more, now's your chance. 7.4, okay, they say. At 7,004. I'll take 7.5 if it helps you out, sir. I'll do you the favour. You've come this far. At 7,004. Would you like 7.5? 7.5's bid, thank you. At 7,005. At 7,005. Online, would you like to go 7.6? At 7,500 once. At 7,500 twice. With the gentleman here then. And selling now at 7,006. At 7.6 is bid. Shakes the head. You're in online at £7,600 with you at the minute in Somerset at 7,006. At 7,600. Would anyone else like to come in for one more? I'll count you down once, twice. Finished and done and sells this time online at £7,600. Sold at 7.6, 18528. Yes. Moving on, we go to lot number 267 this time then. Lot number 267 at MGB GT. No reserve today, 1966 in the year. It's done about 88,000 miles on this one. Where are we up to? Start me off on this one. Anyone got... I got several commission bids. Bear with me 2 seconds online. Going to go straight in. 4.2, 4.4 we start. And I got to take 4.6 next. At 4,004 is the bid. Close commission bids together then at 4,004. Good starting point with me on the book. Would anyone else like to come in for 4.6? At 4,004. At 4,000, 4,400 is the bid now at 4,004. 4.6 if you're coming back in. At 4,004, are we finished and done? I can sell at that. It's no reserve. It's going to go. So make no mistake. Online bidders, if you're coming in, now is your chance at 4,004. At 4,004. Slowing me down. At 4,004. 4.6 already. 4.8's my commission bid. At 4,008. Online, one more might do it. At 4,008. At 4,000, 4,800, are we finished and done? Last chance online. At 4,800 then, hammers up this time. I'm going to sell once, twice, finished, done. Selling now to my commission bidder at £4,800. Sold at £4,800. Thank you very much. Commission bidder 3043 takes that one home. Moving on, let's go. Lot number 268 up next. And lot number 268, 1987. This one is the Bentley Turbo R. Only 33,000 miles on it as well. Lovely Bentley indeed. I think we got a couple of telephones on this one coming in as well. Yes, we have. There we go. Start me off on this one then. Who's got £10,000 to start me off? Bentley Turbo R, 1987. 10,000 to start, surely. How about £5,000? Can't be any fairer than that. £5,000. We won't go any lower on this one. If you wish to kick it off, thank you online, you're in. 5 and 6. At 6,000 Milton Keynes, you're in at £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000. At 6,007 bid. Merseyside bidder now at £7,000. At 7,000, we'll go in the 500s from this point. And at £7,000, we'll make those increments a little bit smaller for you. 7.5 and 8 at £8,000. 8.5 at 8,005. 9,000 coming in if you wish. At 8,500 is the bid at the minute. And 9 bid. At 9,000, 9,000. Your bid online here at £9,000. Would you like to go 5 under bidder? 9.5, yes, please. At 9,005. At 9.5 is the bid now at 9,005. 10 if you're coming back in. At 9.5 bid. And 10 bid now. At 10,000, 10,000. Liverpool bidder there at £10,000. At 10 the bid. Would you like to go 5 again under bidder? At 10,000, 10,000. We got a few of you queuing. Who's going to bid first? 10.5. Cheshire says yes, please. At 10,005. At 10.5 bid. At 10,000, 10,005. 11,000 on the phone now at £11,000 with Will's telephone bidder at £11,000. 11's the bid. At 11,000, 11,000. Would anyone else like to come in for another 5 at £11,000? At 11,000, 11,005. 11,500, 11,500, 11,500. At 11,500 is the bid now at 11,005. 12 if you're coming in. Telephones. 12,000 already online. 12,000. Our Milton Keynes bidders back in at £12,000. At 12,000 is the bid here. At 12,000, 12,000. Thinking about it on the phones. At £12,000. Would anyone else like to come in for one more? At 12,000 is the current bid. 12,500 new bidder. Thank you very much. Endorse it with you at £12,500. At 12,005. At 12,005. Underbidder online, I'm looking to you. You coming back or on the telephones? One more. At 12,005 is the current bid with our online bidder at the minute in Cheshire. Finished and done. I'll tell you what, I'll take 12,800 if it helps anyone out. 12,500. We'll go for the half bid there. 12,800 if anyone else wants to come in now. Are we finished and done? Go once. At 12,500 the bid. Go twice. Finished and done then with you online at £12,500. Your bid there online at 12,500. That's 811. Thank you very much. £12,500 provisional. Moving on to lot number 269. This time we got another Bentley coming your way. Look at this one here. Lot number 269, the 1965 Bentley S3 convertible. Elegant, beautiful. Look at it there, shining and gleaming away. Starting off with my commission interest, I'm going to go 10, 11, 12, and £13,000 to start at just 13,000. At 13,000, showing 28,000 miles on the clock. Very unusual. Great paintwork. Huge potential, it says. Huge potential indeed. At £13,000 with my commission bidder at the minute. At 13,000, 13,000. At £13,000 is the bid. At 13 bid now 13. Would anyone else like to go 5? At 13,000 is the bid. At 13,000, I'll take 5 if you're coming in. Having a good look around. Look at all that car there for just such little money at just £13,000. At 13,000, 13,000. Are we finished and done then? Maiden, commission bidder, interest at 13,000 once. 13,500. Thank you up top. At 13,005. At 13,500, 13,500. At 13,500, would anyone else like to come in for 14? At 13,500 is the bid. Last chance in fair warning, and I'm going to count you down at 13,500 once, twice. Finishing done at £13,500. That's 14. Australia, the delay in the internet there at £14,000 is a long way to come through the cables, and at £14,000, it's with you now in the Gold Coast. At 14,000, 14,000. At £14,000 is the bid here. At £14,000 with you in Australia. 14,000. Would anyone else like to come in for another 500? Go once at 14 then. You coming back in, sir, for another 5? 14,500, yes, please. At 14,500 up top. Australia, we look for you now. Down under, you coming back for another 500. At 14,005. At 14,500 is the bid. Are we finished and done then at 14,500? One more. Last chance in fair warning. We're going to count you down then. This time at 14,500 up top. Once. Twice. Finished and done with you, sir, at £14,500. That's your big provisionally there at 14,500. What was your paddle number? 269. Right then, lot number 270, 1963, Alfa Romeo, and over to Steve Berry.
Tom, the car that I've owned for the longest in my long and undistinguished career of car ownership was an Alfa Romeo Spider, but not this one. I had the later 105 series, and I've always thought of that as a superior car in many respects. It had a 5-speed gearbox, it had disc brakes, it had alloy wheels, whereas this car is much more of a car from the 50s and 60s with its steel wheels, 4-speed gearbox, the lack of a padded dash, no center console. The more I've looked at this 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia 1600 Spider, the more I've realized how wrong I was. This is an absolutely lovely, lovely thing. There's way more room inside it for a start than there was in my 105 series Spider. And also, I think, and this might be sacrilege, I think it's a better looking car. It's got bigger doors. It's just easier to get in and out of. It's so elegant. I love the metal painted dash. This car, originally sold in Italy, is set up for rallying, not rolling it round the corner like Colin McRae with the door handles rubbing on the ground, but the sort of point-to-point type rallies that you might do over a sunny Sunday afternoon in midsummer. It's a very usable example of what I've now come to realize. It is better looking than the 105 series. One of the best looking cars ever made in Italy. You too could be living La Dolce Vita in this 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia Spider 1600.
Right then, so the Giulia Spider, there we go. Start me off on this one. Anyone interested today at £20,000 to start here, at £20,000 to get it rolling, 20,000 to come in. How about £15,000 to start then? 15's bid. Thank you, sir. Straight in at 15,000. We'll ask for 16 next if we can. At 15,000 is bid. Gentleman's bid here at £15,000. At 15,000, 15,000. At 15,000, 16's on online. At 16,000, Staffordshire's in. At 16,000. 16.5, okay. At 16.5 is the bid. At 16.5. At 16,500 were bid. 17's back in now online. At 17,000. At £17,000 is the bid here at 17. At 17,000, 17,000. Would anyone else like another 5? The bid's online at the minute at £17,000. At 17,000, 17,000. At 17,000 is the bid. Are we finished and done? Would you like to go another 5? At £17,000. At 17,000, 17,000. Last chance in fair warning if you're coming back in for one more. At 17,000. At 17,000, 17,000. Finished and done then. 17.5's online. Lancashire bidder now at 17,005. At 17.5. 18 bid. Back in now at £18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. Look how great this one looks running and driving there. At £18,000. At 18 is the bid. Take 5 if anyone else wants to jump back in. At £18,000. At 18,000, are we finishing done at £18,000? The last chance in fair warning then online. If you're coming in, it's now or never. At £18,000, the bid then once. At £18,000, the bid then twice. Finishing done, 18.5 back in. The Lancashire bidder there at 18.5. Leave it a little later next time at 18.5. At 18,005. Are we finishing done this time at 18,005? Take 19 one more at 18.5. Underbidder, would you like to go again? At 18,500 were bid. At 18.5, 18.5. Counting you down now at 18,500 once. 18,500 the bid then twice. Finishing done, £18,500. That's your bid online provisionally, 18,257. 18,257. That is a provisional bid at 18,500. Moving on, down we go. Another couple of registrations coming your way. It's this one is the JSB 438 there. Start me off on this one. I don't know who's got £500 to start again. Seems where they seem to be starting today. 500 on these ones. Anyone interested jumping in? 5's bid. Straight in at 5. Take 6 now. At 500 is the bid. 600, 600. That's £600. At 600 is the bid now. 600. JSB 438 at £600 now. With anyone else? I'll tell you what, let's go 50, 650 underbid. Do you want a small little bite? At £600 the bid. At 600, 600, are we finishing done then? At 600, once, 650's bid. At £650, welcome back Derbyshire. You're in now. At £650, your bid. At 650, 650. At 650 is the bid now at 650. Finished and done then. We're counting you down at 650 once. At 650 twice. Finished and done 650. That's your bid online at 650. 4330. 4330. 650. Provisional. Moving on down we go to lot number 272 this time. Another registration number. This one reads VVG 181. Where are we up to? Who's got the 500 to start? Five's in and away. Thank you online. At 500 is the bid now at 5. At 500, 500. At £500 we're bid. At 500 a bid now. 500 is the bid. Welcome, sir. At 500, 600 bid. Against you now online. At 600, 607's bid. At £700, your bid now at 7. At 700, 700. At £700, are you finishing done? I'll take the 50s from this point if you want to move it on again. At 700 is the bid then once. At £700 and twice. And finished and done. At 750's back in. At 750, 750. At 750 underbidder, would you like to go 8? At £750, we're bid at the minute at 750. Counting you down again at 750 to bid then once. At 750 to bid then twice. Finishing done with you online at £750. At 750, your bid 4330. Same bidder 4330 at £750 provisionally. We will be in touch, online bidder, for some of those plates. Look forward to having that call with you. Moving on to lot number 273. Lot number 273 this time is the 1991 Land Rover Defender 90. Beautiful restored example there. Start me off on this one. Lovely Land Rover indeed. Look how great this one looks in that military green. Start me off on it. 10,000 to go. 10,000. Lovely looking Land Rover there. Just 10,000. Surely. 8. We'll take it. 8's bidding away. Thank you online. At £8,000, you started off at 8. Let's go 8.5 if we can. At 8,000 is the bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. It starts here online at £8,000. Would anyone like 5? 8.5 they do. At 8,005. At 8,500 online, coming back in for 9. 9,000's bid. Thank you very much, online bidder. At 9,000 is with you at the minute. At 9,000, 9,000. Take the 5 again. A lot of Land Rover for little money at £9,000. At 9,000, 9,000. At £9,000 the bid. I'll take 200 if it helps from this point then at 9,000. At 9,002 if you're coming in. Are we finishing done at just £9,000? Surely not. Last chance, 9,2. Thank you, sir. At 9,2. At 9,002. Gentleman's bid. Online, would you like to go 9,4? At 9,2 is the bid. At 9,002. Are we finishing done then? Last chance in fair warning. 9,4 is back in. At 9,4. 9,6. Thank you again, sir. 9,006. At 9,6. 9,8. New bidder entirely. Shakes the head down front at £9,800. At 9,8's the bid. 10,000 there. At 10,000 at the back. Thank you, sir. At £10,000, your bid. At 10,000, 10,000. We'll stay in the 200s for you. At £10,000, would anyone else like to come back in? Gentleman's bid, right-handed at 10,000. At £10,000. Anyone else for another 2? At £10,000, are we finished and done here? I'll count you down then. At £10,000, we go once. At £10,000, we go twice. At £10,000, we're all finished and done at 10,000. That's your bid, sir, at 10,000 to 190. Thank you very much. 190, £10,000 provisionally. Moving on to lot number 274 then, 1980. 1980 Austin Mini 1000. And as the three-stage process goes, as soon as your cars come into our showroom, they're on sale. And this is the perfect example. This Mini has already sold. Next one, 275. 2004 Volkswagen Lupo GTI. This is a cool little car. If you're a Golf fan and stuff like that back in the day, you didn't see many of the GTI Lupos, and we've got one on offer for you right now. Going to straight in with my commission bids on this one at £1,500. We start at 1,500. I'll take 2,000 next if I can. 1,500's bid. At 1,500 is the bid. 2,000's in online. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. I'll say 2,2, 2,4 is my bid. 2,6 if you're coming back in. at 2006. Thank you online. My commission interest is out now. It's with your bid at 2006. Would anyone else like to go 28? 28 up top. Thank you, sir. At 2008. At 2,800 is the bid. At 28 bid now at 2008. Online, you coming back for any more? At £2,800 is the bid here. Lupo GTI, look at it. At 2008. At 2,800, are we finishing done? I'll take 2.9 if anyone's nice and quick. 2.9 up top. Thank you. I see you. At 2009, would you like to go 3? 3,000's bid against you now. At 3,000 this side. At 3,000, you're coming back in for 1. At 3.1, 3.1's bid. 3.2, 3.2's back in straight away at 3,002. Take 3.3 if you wish to go again. 3.3, thank you. 3.4. At 3.4 straight away. Thank you for the fast bidding, gentlemen. At 3,004. 3.5. 3.5 here. Shakes the head this side. At 3,005 is the bid at the minute. At 3,005. At 3,000, 3,005. Are we finishing done at 3,005? Take 6 if you want to go again. At 3,500, finishing done then. We'll count you down now. At 3,005 once. 3,005 twice. Finishing done up top then at 3,500. 203's way. 3,500. Is it 305 on that? 305. 3,600. Right, moving on to lots. Before we do, just having a lovely update in. Provisionally sold earlier and now sold away. Chevrolet Camaro, lot number 256, sold at £10,000. Next one in the way then, lot number 276. It's the 1998 Bentley Arnage. It's the green label edition. This one is there. The green label edition, done approximately 72,000 miles. Nice full history. Approaching £4,000 spent on it very recently. I'm going to have to switch that number around if I can. You're in online at £6,000, but I have a commission bid of £6,000. So if I can say 6.5 next, if you want to come back in at 6,000 bid, it's not with you online. 6.5, you're in, I'm out. That's why I had to do that at 6,005. Take 7 if you're coming in now. At 6,005 is the bid on the Arnage. At 6,005. At 6.5 is bid. At 6,000, 6,500, we're bid now at 6,005. Would anyone else like to come in for £7,000? At 6,005. At 6,000, 6,005. I'll tell you what, let's go 6.6 and then we'll go 6.8. Bentley Arnage, green label at 6,005. 6.6 is bid. 6.8 if you're coming back in. At 6,006. 6.8 back in now, thank you online. At 6,000, 6,008, 7,000's bid. At 7,000, 7,002. 7.2's back in now, 7.2, thank you online, 7.2, 7.4. At 7,004, 7.6. At 7.6, 7.8. At 7,008 and 8,000's bid, thank you for your fast bidding online. At £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, would you like to go 2? At £8,000. Go 8.1 if you wish to continue. £8,000. It's been a good battle. Let's not end here. At £8,000 the bid. Once, twice. 8.1's bid. Thank you for coming back in. Essex is in the lead now at £8,100. Would anyone else like to go 8.2? At 8,001. At 8,100 a bid. I'll start counting you down in a minute online. If you're coming back in for one more, at 8,100 is bid. At 8,000, 8,100 the bid then once. At 8,000, 8,100 the bid then twice. We're finishing done then. Online bid has it at £8,100. And that is very, very just provisionally with you at 8,100, 18,499. 18,499. Provisional bid at 8,001. I just put them in the wrong box. Right then, moving on to lot number 277, 1995 Land Rover Defender 90 County TDI station wagon there. The station wagon Land Rover. Charming example, this English legend indeed. Start me off on this one. Anyone got about 5,000 to start, if you will. Done about 56,000 miles. It's got some lovely patina on it. Low ownership as well. Had a complete clutch in 2023 as well. So that's a good starting point. And 5,000's bid. Let's go in 500s on this one. That's a cheap bid there at just £5,000. Let's go 5.5. At 5,000 a bid. At 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000 is your bid online. At £5,000. 5,500. Thank you. At 5,005. At 5,005, we'll take 6,000 next. At 5,005. At 5,000, 5,005 and 6,000's bid now at 6,000 with you in Staffordshire. At 6,005, it goes on, new bidders in. At 6,005. At 6,500, your bid here. At 6,500 is the bid at the minute. At 6,005. At 6,500, 6,500, 6,500. 7,000's bid. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. Your bid now at 7,000. At £7,000, would you like to go another 5 under bidder? At 7,500, it's all online at the minute. At £7,000. At 7,000, 7,000. I'll take the 200s now if you're nice and quick online. At £7,000 is the bid. Would you like to go 7,200? 7,200, they say, yes, please. At 7,200, they're back in, and 7,400, it goes on. At 7,004. At 7,400, 7,400, 7,400. Your bid now at the minute in Staffordshire at 7,004. 7,600 if you're coming back in under bidder. Yes, please, again. At 7,600 is the bid. At 7,006. At 7,600 is bid. At 7,600 is the bid here at 7,006. Would you like to go 7,800? At 7,600, we'll start counting it down then. At 7,008's bid. At 7,800's the bid. At 7,008. At 7,000, 7,800 is the bid now at 7,008. I'll take 8,000 if you're coming back in. At 7,008, then we'll count you down now. At 7,008 for the first time, then at 7,800. For the second time, and 8 bid. At 8,000 now. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Underbidder, would you like to go too? You've come this far at £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, finished and done then. Last chance in fair warning this time at £8,000, once, twice. Finished and done at £8,000. 8,200. 8,200, I thought it was coming. At 8,002. Would you like to go 8,400? At 8,200 is the bid here at 8,002. At 8,200, 8,200, 8,200, 8,400. Thank you again. At 8,400, you're in the lead at the minute, somewhere in the United Kingdom. But Staffordshire, would you like to go 8,600? At 8,004. At 8,400, 8,400. Finishing done then. Once, twice. Last chance. Fair warning then at £8,400. That's with you online, provisionally 9620's way, 9620, £8,400 provisional bid. Moving on to lot number 278 this time then. Lot number 278 is the 2007. It's a lovely Maserati. This one is. It's a Quattroporte, and it's the Italian Super Saloon as well. Look at that, running and driving on your screens. Lovely Maserati indeed. I'm going to go straight in. You're in at 3. I'm in at 3.5, £4,000. Let's go 4.5 next if we can. At 4,000 is bid. We start at 4 with my commission bidder at the minute at £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000. I'll take 200s from this point if you wish. At 4,000 is the bid. 2,000 is 7 in a year. Maserati at just £4,000. At 4's the bid. At 4,000, 4,000. Would you like another 2? At 4,000, 4,000. Are we finished and done? At £4,000 for 2. My commission interest is out. You're in, sir, at 4,002. Thank you for your bid. At 4,002. At 4,200 is the bid now at 4,002. We've finished and done it. Just £4,200. I'm going to count you down then at 4,200 once, twice. Finished and done at £4,200. Your bid, sir, at £4,200 to paddle number 266. Thank you very much. Moving on, we go to lot number 279, another no reserve, lovely car in today's sale, and it's the Triumph Stag here, and it's the brown one that's just placed outside the front. I've got nothing on my book on this one, but anyone else like to open it up at £1,000 to me? Triumph Stag, 1973, thousands in and away online. Let's go 1,200 next. At 1,000, 12's bid. At 1,200 a bid. At 1,200, you're in online. At 1,200, take 14 next. At 1,200 is the bid now at 12. At 1,200, 1,200, are we finishing done here at 12? 14, we're not. At 14's bid. At 1,400, 1,400. At £1,400, it's online here. At £1,400, Essex bidder, you're in the lead. At £1,400, take 15 next if it's needed then. At 1,400, but I'm going to start counting you down. 15, thank you, sir. At 1,500. At 1,500, 1,500. At £1,500 is the bid now at 15. Would you like to come back in for 16? At 1,500, are we finishing done then? I'm going to put the hammer up. It's on sale, so make no mistake. At 1,500, once, twice. Finished and done. And it sells away, this time at £1,500. Your bid, 1,500. What's paddle number again? Okay.
I'm outside.
All right, there, let's go. Steve Berry. Cheers.
Am I out of range? Better stand here. Because I'm out of range if I stand back there. Hold on. Don't move. Right, I can't move. I'll tell you about this car and I'll keep completely still. I had one of these, almost. I had the 4-litre V8, that colour, with the black leather interior, but it had been hard by the previous owner. It wasn't an R, it didn't have the Eaton supercharger, and it didn't have 400 horsepower. But what he'd done is press delete on all the chrome doodads that Jaguar put on the regular S-Type, and he'd had the hole where the prowler, or rather the growler, had been fitted on the bonnet. If you've got one of these and it's got a growler on it, take it off. It looks so much better without. I did have an XJR, which is a bigger car. I did have the supercharger. But this one is particularly nice. This one, Tom, has taken my fancy because I think this one is a bit of me. 2002, 400 horsepower, 5.5 seconds to 60 mile an hour, electronically limited to 155. At the time, it drew comparisons with BMW's M5 and the Mercedes E55 AMG. It's got special 19-inch wheels you only got on the R. It's got bigger brakes, chassis tweaks left, right, and centre. And I reckon is a much better driving, much better looking car. Don't damn it like all the other S-Types that nobody wants that are worth note. Pay some proper money for what is a proper Jaguar.
A proper Jaguar indeed. Let's see what it's worth today. I'm going to go straight in with my commission bid. You're in at 1,000, 1,100, 1,200. With my commission bidder, I'll take 13 next. At 1,200's bids, 1,300, 1,400 back to me. 1,500 here. My commission's out. 16, 1,600, 17, 18, 19, 2,000, 2,1, 2,2, 2,3, 2,4, 2,5. At 2005 here. At 25's bid. 26 is online. 27's here. 28. At 2008. 29. 3000's in online. Can I say 32 next? At 3000's online. Would anyone else like to go 32? Thank you, sir. At 32, let's say 34. At 3002's bid. 34's back in. At 3004. At 34's the bid now at 3004. 3.6, thank you again, sir. Gets the nod at 3,006. 3.8 straight back in there, fast online. At 3,800 is the bid. At 3.8. At 3,008, would you like to go 4? At £3,800, we're bid online here at 3,008. Are we finished and done? Would anyone else like to go for 4's bid? Thank you again, sir. At 4,000, gentleman's back in now at £4,000. 2 if you're coming back in online. At 4,000, it's no reserve. It's here to be sold, so make no mistake. At £4,000, it's going to go once, twice. Finished and done at 4,002. 4,242. At 4,200 is the bid here at 4,2. Are we finished and done? Would you like to go 4,4? What about half, sir? 4,3? You've come this far. At 4,002. 4,3, thank you. At 4,003, make it nice and quick online. At 4,300 once. At 4,300 twice, and selling this time at 4,3. Your bid, sir, at 4,003, 266, thank you. Moving on, we go to lot number 281 in the sale. Lot number 281 is this 1996 Jaguar XK8, 4-litre, no reserve here then. Automatic transmission on this one. Had a fresh MOT, excellent file history as well. Start off the bidding straight in. Online's in at £2,000. Thank you, online. Bidder at 2,000 a bid. Go 2-1 next. At 2,000's bid. At 2,000, 2,000, 2-1's bid. We'll sell it to the nearest 100 today. No lower on the increments. At 2-1, 2-2 if you're coming back in. At 2,001. At 2-1's the bid here online. At £2,100. Are you finished and done? We can sell today at 2,100 for the first time. 2-2's bid. At 2,002. At 2-2. 2-3, will you? One more. At 2,002. Are we finished and done online? At 2,200 once. At 2,200 twice. And it sells away this time online at £2,200. Sold at 2-2. 1-7. What was it? 1771? Yeah, thank you very much. 2,200 sold away. And we go down to the next lot, lot number 282. Again, another lovely car that has already sold away prior to the auction. Hammers up and sold away. Lot 282, that one's gone. So we move down to 283. 283 is 1977 Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Iconic 70s sporting saloon there. It's got lots of history with this one as well. It's done about 92,000 miles on its clock there. It's a manual, comes with heritage certificate as well. Start the bidding off on this one. Anyone interested at £8,000 to start? 8,000. How about 6,000 then? Surely it seems reasonable to me. £6,000. Anyone want to jump in at £6,000? Dolomite Sprint. 6 is bid online. Thank you, online bidder. Let's say 6,500 next. At 6,000 is the bid. At 6,000, 6,000. Online bid opening it up at £6,000. 5 to go, one more. At 6,000 is the bid at the minute. I'll take 2, I will. It's £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000. 6.2's bid. Say 6.4. At 6,200 we're bid. 6.4's back in. At 6,400 is the bid. Would anyone else like to go 6.6? At 6,006. At 6,008. At 6,800 we're bid now. At 6,008 is the bid. 7,000. Online bidders back in now at 7. At 7,000, 7,000. Would you come back in for another 2 online underbidder? At £7,000 is here. At 7,000, 7,000. Are we finished and done online? You go in for one more. At £7,000 is the current bid. And 2. At 7.2 bid. At 7,200 at the minute in North Yorkshire. It's with you at £7,200. At 7.2, 7.2. At 7,200 we're bid now at 7,002. 7.4 if you want to go again. At 7,002 are we finished and done? We'll count you down now. At 7,200 the bid then once. At 7,200 the bid then twice. Finished and done at £7,200 with you online at 7.2. That's your bid provisionally online at 7.2, 18,509, 18,509. That is a provisional bid your way for £7,200. Moving on down, we go to the next one is this 1978 Daimler Sovereign, this time in the green there. It's a 4.2 long wheelbase as well. Done about 18,000 miles is on the clock. Also in the same family ownership since 1983. Anyone interested to start me off at £4,000 here? £4,000 surely. Daimler Sovereign, 4.2, 4,000 to start. How about £3,000 to go then? 3,000. Surely. 3's bid. At £3,000. At 3, let's go 2. At 3,000 is the bid now at 3,000. At 3,000, 3,000. Anyone coming in for a 2? 3.2's bid. At 3,000, 2, 3.2, 3.4. At 3,006. At 3,600 is the bid here at 3,006. 3.8 back in. At 3,006, 8 if you're coming in for one more. And 3.8's bid. At 3,008. At 3,800, your bid online. 4 at 4,000 now. At 4,000, 4,000. I think there's about 4 bidders on this one at £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000. Who'd like the 2? At 4,000 is bid. Are we finishing done here at just £4,000? Coming in for one more. At 4,000 is bid. I'll tell you what, let's go for 1. Keep it going at £4,000. Coming in for the 100 for 1. Back in now. Berkshire, you're in at 4,001. At 4,1 the bid. At 4,001, underbidder, would you like to go for 2? At 4,1 is bid now at 4,001. Are we finishing done then? At just £4,100, we're going to count you down at 4,1 for the first time at 4,100. For the second time, finishing done with the online bid at £4,100 and 2 bid. At 4,2 the bid now 4,002. At 4,000, 4,200 were bid. At 4,2, 4,2, 4,2. At 4,002, would you like to go again? At 4,200, last chance in fair warning. This time then, it goes once, it goes twice. At £4,200, we're finished and done in 4,3. At 4,003. At 4,300 is bid. At 4,4. At 4,004, it moves on. At 4,000, 4,400 is bid. Would you like to go 4,5? At 4,400 once. At 4,400 twice. Finished and done. Online bid at £4,400 and 4,004. Provisionally with you online at 4,004, 3,552, 3,552. Moving on, slot number 285, this time 1991 Rover Mini Cooper there, the 40, rare Japan only special edition with low recorded mileage on this one. It's about 44,700 kilometers, so I think that's approximately 27,000 miles. It's a very rare Cooper 40, and it's got the desirable automatic gearbox as well. Start me off on this one. Who's in and away? Start me off at, I don't know, 9,000 seems reasonable. Anyone interested at 9,000 to come in? How about 5,000 to start then? £5,000 surely. Five's bid online at £5,000. At 5,000 is the bid now at 5. At 5,000, 5,000 is bid. At £5,000 we're bid online, opening it up at £5,000. Would anyone else like to go 5,500? Look at it there, Mini Cooper, 5,500's in. At 5,005. At 5,500 is the bid at the minute. We'll take 6,000 next if we can. At 5,005, there's a lot of Mini there for little money at just 5,005. At 5,500 is the bid. At 5,005, I'll tell you what, we'll go 5,600 and then we'll go 5,800. We shouldn't need to. 5,600, thank you, sir. At 5,600. At 5,600 is bid. Take 5,800 if you want to come in now. At 5,600. Gentleman's bid here at 5,008. 5,008, new bidder, Gloucestershire, at 5,008. Would you like to go 6, sir? 6,000, thank you. Before you online, at £6,000, gentleman's bid. At 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000, coming back in for 2 online. At 6,000 is the bid, 6,2, yes please. At 6,002, in Gwynedd this time, at 6,002. At 6,000, 6,002 is the bid. Would you like to go 6,4? At 6,200, we're bid now at 6,002. At 6,002, we've finished and done then. Online bid, 6,400. It's not done there. At 6,004, back to Staffordshire it goes. At £6,400, we're bid. At 6,400, take 6,600. At 6,400, are we finished and done this time then? At 6,400, we'll count you down. 6,600 is back in. At 6,600 with the online bid here. At 6,600, it's in Lancashire at the minute. At 6,006. At 6,000, 6,006, take 6,800 if you wish. At 6,006, once. At 6,600, the bid then twice. 6,800, 7,000, straight in, fast bid in there at £7,000. Don't miss out now. At 7,000 is the bid. At 7,000, 7,000, the bid then once and twice. At 7,2's bid. At 7,272. At 7,200, we're bid now at 7,002. Would you like to go 7,4? At 7,002 once. At 7,200, a bid then twice. We're finished and done in this with our online bid at 7,400 now, 7,400. At 7,400, it moves on. At 7,400, 7,400, 7,400. At 7,400, I'll take 7,600 if you wish to go again. At 7,400, it goes once, twice. Finished and done with the online bid at 7,006 bid. At 7,006. At 7,600, take 8 now. At 7,006, are we finished and done? If you're coming back in, it's now or never online. At 7,006, once, twice. Finished and done with the online bid here. Then at £7,600, finished and done. That's your bid, provisionally 18257. 18257. £7,600 provisionally. Moving on to lot number 286. A couple more. I think this is the last couple of number plates coming up. It's the KPT 865 on this one there. Anyone interested? Start me off at the 500. 500 to come in and get it going. 5's bid online. Take 6 now. At £500 is bid. At 500, 500 the bid online. At £500 here. At 500, 500. Would anyone else like to go 6 on this one? At 500, we'll submit the bid to the vendor then. Once, twice. Finished and done with you online at 5 and 6 bid. At 600 now. Take 50 if you're nice and quick. At 600, 600, I'll take 50. 650 and 7's bid. At 700 a bid. At 700, 700, go 50 again. At 700, 700. KPT 865 at £700 for the first time then. For the second time. Finished and done at £700. That's your bid online at 700. 16528. 16528. 16528. 700. Provisional. Moving on, another plate, then this time it's 860 8644EH. That's 8644EH. And start me off again at 500. 5's bid. At 5 the bid. 600 now. At 600, 600. Your bid online at £600. At 600, 600, let's go 50. Make it nice and quick if you wish to go again online at £600 the bid. Once, twice. Finished and done, and we'll submit 650. New bidder at 650. Would you like to come back in for 700 they do. At 700 is the bid now at 7. At 700, 700. At 700, are we finished and done here then? At £700 is your last chance in fair warning online. At 700, once, twice. Finished and done, 700. That's your bid online, provisionally 16528, I think, again. 16528. 16520. Yes, it was 7. Provisional bid. Same bidder. There we go. Moving on to lot number 288. This time 1998 Mercedes-Benz. It's the CL420. Done about 84,000 miles. Only 2 previous owners. Believed to be an parallel import as well. Let's start the bidding off on this one. Anyone up to got £5,000 to start? £5,000. Lovely Mercedes CL420. How about £3,000 to start? Let's get a bargain on the go. Anyone interested at 3? Won't go any lower. So if you wish to start today, thank you, sir. Gentleman's bid before you online in the room. Take 3-2 net. 4,000 is the gentleman's bid here. 2 if you're coming in online. Coming back. 4-2. Would you go 4-4? 4-4, yes, please. 4-6, one more. At 4,004. At 4,004 with the gentleman here. At 4,004, I'll take 4-6 next. 4-6. 4-8, thank you again. At 4,008. At 4,000, 4,800 is bid. Online's back in at 5. 5,000. At 5,000 is a bid online. Would you like 2? 5-2, thank you, sir. At 5,002. Online, would you go 5-4? At 5,000, 5,200 with the gentleman seated at 5,002. At 5-2, 5-2, 5-2. At 5,200, are we finished and done then? At 5,200, we're going to count you down online. At 5-2, the bid then once, twice. 5-4, just behind you, sir. 5-4. 5-5. 5-6. 5-7. 5-8. 5-9. 6,000. 6-1? 6-1's bid. Thank you, sir. At 6,001. 6-2. Shakes the head. Your bid at £6,200. Would anyone else like to go 3? At 6,000, 6,002. At 6,000, 6,200. You coming back in online or anywhere? 6-3. 6-3. And on sale. 6-4. 6-4. Shakes the head. Gentleman's bid here at 6,400. Hammers up and selling away at 6,004. You sure? You've come this far, sir. One more. 6-5. Shakes the head. Sells just behind. With you then, sir. Once, twice. Finished. 6-5 back in at 6,005. Would you like 6-6? Thank you again, sir. 6-6 is bid. At 6,006. At 6,000, 6,006. Look at it there. It's a lovely car. At 6,600 just behind you, though. At 6,600 once, twice. And I'm selling at £6,600. You're finishing done at 6-6. Your bid, sir. 270. Thank you. 270. 6,600. Sold away. Moving on to lot number 289 this time is a 1999 Rover Mini. It's the 1.3 MPI in the white and black there. Looks lovely again. Done about 37,000 miles. MOT to June 2026. Let's start the bidding off with my commission bid. I'm going to just jump straight in with yours at 5 and I'm in at 5.5. I'll take 6,000 next. 5-5 is my commission bidder at 5,005. At 5,500 is the bid now at 5,005. At 5-5. At 5,500 we're bid. I'll take 5-6 and I'll go 5-8 if it helps you out online. At 5,005 with my commission bidder at the minute at 5-5. 5-6 commission interest is out. At 5,006. Would anyone else like to go 5-8? At 5,006. At 5,600 is bid. At 5-6 online now with you at 5,006. I'll take 5-7 and if anyone else wants to go again. At £5,600 is the bid online at the minute. At 5,006. At 5-6, 5-6. Are we finishing done? At £5,600, 5-7. 5-7's back in. At 5,700, we're bid. At 5-7, the bid now, £5,700 is your bid online at the minute. Underbidder, would you like to go 5-8? At 5,007. At 5,700 once, twice. Finished and done then at £5,700. That's your bid online. 17241. 17241. That is your bid there at £5,700 provisionally. Moving on, we go down to lot number 290 and over to Steve Berry.
Tom, I would like to conduct an experiment. I'd like to get a Japanese car enthusiast, a German car enthusiast, an American car enthusiast. I'd like to give them some felt tip pens and blank sheets of white paper and ask them in 20 minutes to draw a British sports car. Because you see, I think that what they'd come up with is something very similar to this. A two-seater open-top sports car with leather seats, a wooden steering wheel, wire wheels on the outside, and a chrome rack with a wicker basket on the back. This is, as my old friend and colleague, Quentin 2 L's Wilson, so-called because his last name is spelt with 2 L's, would call the quintessential British sports car. This one is low mileage. It's done just 47,000 miles. Looking at the old MOTs, it's had very little use in the last sort of 10 years or so. Of course, underneath that hood, you've got the 1800cc four-cylinder engine. Not exactly a ball of fire. The performance is described as respectable. But in aid of charity, I drove one of these recently, and I was just reminded of what a great thing they are. All to be in England on a sunny day in an MGB Roadster. Mate, if you're looking at something from 1964 that's still looking great and wearing its 6 decades well, don't just look at me, look as well, because I'm from 64, look as well at this fantastic, and as I said, I'll use that word again, quintessential British sports car, a 1964 MGB Roadster.
So where are we going to be on this MGB today then? Who's got £4,000 to start us off? Lovely MGB. Let's get it going today at £4,000. Anyone interested to start? Well, about £2,000 then, surely. Won't go any lower on this one. It's £2,000 if you wish to start today. Two's bid online. Thank you online. At £2,000. At £2,000 is bid. At 2,000, 2,005 is that. At 2.5 is back in now, 2.5. Let's go 3. At 3,000 you do. At 3,000 is the bid now online. At 3,000, 3,000. At 3,000, 3.5. At 3,500 is bid. At 3.5, 3.5, 4. 4,000 is bid down front. Thank you, sir. At 4,000, 4,000. At 4,000, let's go 2s now. At £4,000, we'll keep it nice and low for you all. At 4,000 is the bid. At 4,000 is the bid now. Gentleman's bid here at £4,000. Would anyone else like to come in for another 2? At 4,000, 4,000. Are you finished and done online? At 4,000 is the bid then. Down front at £4,000. Last chance online if you're coming back in for another 200. At 4,2, thank you. At 4,002, Hampshire's in 4,4. At 4,004. Hampshire, would you like 4,6? Looking for you now. At 4,400 is bid. At 4,4. At 4,400, one more. Last chance in fair warning online. Got to be fair to the gentleman down here. I'll count you down. At 4,400 for the first time. At 4,006. 4,6 is just come in. 4,8. Gentleman's bid back in now at 4,008. Thank you very much, sir. At 4,008 is your bid. At 4,8 is the bid now at 4,008. Online, it needs to be 5,000 if you're coming back in. At 4,8 bid. At 4,000, 4,800 a bid then once. At 4,800 a bid then twice. Finished and done then with a gentleman down the front at £4,800. Finished and done. Your bid, sir, at £4,800. 4,8 is bid. 256. Thank you very much. Provisional bid. Moving on to lot number 291. This time then it's the 1995 Vauxhall Corsa 1.6 GSI as well, 16 volt. Only 14 examples currently licensed on UK roads on this one. And this one has only had 3 former keepers. It's done about 105,000 miles. Where are we up to on this one? Start me off. What have I got on the book? I'm going to start it off with my commission. I've got a few interests here. I'm going to go 4,500, £5,000 to start. And I'll take 2s from here. At 5,000's bid. At 5,000 is the bid now at 5. At 5,000, 5,000, 2. 5,4. Back to my commission bidder at 5,4. At 5,004. At 5,000, 5,004. 5.6, 5.8, £6,000 back to my commission bidder now at £6,000. And on outright sale at £6,000, we'll go 2 again. At 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000 is the bid now at 6,000. Would anyone else like to come in here? You don't see many of these left at £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000. At 6,000, are we finished and done then? Last chance, fair warning, hammers up. And we're going to sell this time then at 6,000 once, twice. Finished and done, £6,000. Sold at £6,000. And that is to bidder number 3020. If you left that commission bid, that car is now yours. And whilst we're hammering away, we're going to hammer away lot number 276, the Bentley Arnage, the green label, also sold away at £8,100. So we move on down to lot number 292 next. It's this lovely 1989 Peugeot 309 GTI. There we go, on the GTI, starting again with me this time, straight in. We're going to go 4,000, 4,2, 4,4, 4,6, 4,8, and £5,000 now. At 5,000 is my bid. At 5,002, I'm out now, and you're in online at 5,2, 5,4. GTI 309 56. Thank you online. You're in at the minute at 5,658 goes on. At 5,8. At 5,800 your bid. At 5,8, 5,8, 5,8 you're in online. Would you like to go £6,000? At 5,008. At 5,000, 5,008. Are we finishing done at 5,008? Once. At 5,800. I'll take 5,900 if you're nice and quick. Twice. At 5,800. We're finished and done at 5,800, 5,900. At 5,009. At 5,900 is bid. Would you like to come back in for £6,000? At 5,009. At 5,000, 5,009. 6 if you're coming back in now. We'll count you down then. It's online here. At 5,009. At 5,000, 5,900 a bid then once. 6,000's back in. Thank you again online. Your bid now at £6,000. Bridgewater bidder at 6,000, 6,000. At 6,000 under bidder. Would you like to come back for another 100? At 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000 is the bid now at 6. At 6,000, 6,000 the bid then once. Peugeot 309 GTI at £6,000 for the second time then. At £6,000, finished and done at £6,000. We are very, very close on that one at £6,000 to 365. 365. I think we'll get you an answer very, very quickly back at £6,000 there. That is a provisional bid, but only just. Get it over to the sales team and we'll be in touch very shortly. Moving on to lot number 293 this time. 2004 Range Rover Vogue 4.4 litre. This one is arriving soon. It says arriving soon. I think it's out in the front now, isn't it? Yeah, it's here. There we go. Fresh MOT has been done on this one as well. A lovely looking Range Rover indeed with a fresh MOT. I don't know. Who's got, say, £3,000 to start? Lovely motor, this one. £3,000 for a Range Rover. It seems cheap to me. Start me off at 3. 3's bid online. Thank you. At 3,000, let's go 3.5. At 3,000's bid. At 3,000, 3,000. At £3,000 is the bid now at £3,000. How about 3.2 then? Go in the 200s on this one. At £3,000 is an online bid. Would anyone else? 3.2's bid now at 3,002. Gloucestershire's in at 3.2, 3.4. At 3,004. For a Range Rover Vogue 4.4 at just 3.4. 3.6 is bid. At 3,006. At 3,600, 3.8 if you're coming back in. At 3,006. At 3.6 is the bid now at 3,006. Are we finishing done? 3.8? We're not. At 3,800, thank you online. Your bid now at 3,008. Underbidder, would you like to go £4,000? At 3,800 is the bid. 4,000's back in. At 4,000 internet bidder, 4.2, one more. 4.2 you do. At 4,002. At 4.2, 4.2, 4.2. Next bid's 4.4 if you're coming back in. At 4,002, are we finishing done here? At 4,200 is the bid now at 4,002. I'll tell you what, let's go 4.3. We're going hundreds on this one. At 4,002, underbidder, you coming back for a £100 bite. At 4,200 is the bid. 4.3, thank you again. Gloucestershire's in. At 4,003, 4.4, straight back at you. At 4,400 is the bid now at 4,004. 4.5, at 4,005. It's going on online for 5, 4.6. At 4,006. At 4,000, 4,600 is the bid now at 4,006. Gloucestershire, would you like to go 4,700? At 4,006, it's against you. At 4,600, 4,700, 4,700's bid. And 4,800's just come in, I believe. At 4,800 is bid. And on outright sale today at £4,800. So hammers up now. It's going to go 4,800, 4,900. At 4,009, 5,000's bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000 a bid now 5. Would you like to go 1? At £5,000 is the bid here, then at £5,000. Once, twice, 1. 5-1 back in, just in time. 5-2 is that. 5-2 it is. At 5,200 we're bid. At 5-2, 5-2, 5-2. Are we finished and done online? We'll count you down. It's going to sell. At 5,200 it goes once, twice. Finished and done. Hammers up. Away it goes at £5,200. Sold at 5-2, 177. 1-1, I believe that was 17711. Yes, it was at £5,200 sold away. Moving on to lot number 294 this time. Then the 2003 Alfa Romeo is the 147 GTA 3.2. It's done about, where is it going? MOT to August 2026. It's been enthusiast owned in the past 10 years as well. I got several commission bids. I'm going to start with my bids here. I'm going to go 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000. We start at £3,000. Take 3,500 next if we can. At 3,000, 3,000. At £3,000 with my commission bidder at the minute. At 3,000 is the bid now at 3. At 3,000, 3,000, 2,003. Alfa Romeo here at just £3,000 on the book with me. 3.5's in. I'm out. At 3,005. Your bid online now. At 3,500 we're bid. At 3,500, let's go 3,600 and then 3,800. At 3,005. 3,600 is bid. At 3,006. 3,800's next. At 3,600, your bid online at the minute in Norwich is with you at £3,600. 3,800 against you at 3,008. Cumbria, you're in at 3,008. At 3,800's the bid. At 3,008, 4,000 now. At 4,000, 4,002. Gentleman's bid. Thank you, sir. Sorry, I nearly missed you then. At 4,002. At 4,2's bid. At 4,002 in the room. At 4,002 online. Either bidder. You coming back for 4,400. At 4,2's bid then, are we finished and done at £4,200? 4,400, no we're not. 4,400, 4,600, 2 bidders online. 4,800, 4,800, gentleman's bid. At 4,008. At 4,800, either one of you online, would you like to go again? 5,000. 2. 5,2's back in. Gentleman's bid at £5,200. At 5,2 to bid now, 5,002. Are we finished and done online? Would you like to go again? At 5,002. At 5,2, 5,2, 5,400's back in now, 5,400. At 5,004, thank you for your bid, sir. At £5,400. At 5,400. At 5,400 is the bid now at 5,004. At 5,400, are we finished and done? It's online. Would you like to go one more? 5,600 they do. At 5,006, Essex bidder this time at 5,600. At 5,006. At £5,600 is the bid now at 5,006. I'll take 5,800 if either of the underbidders want to come back in. I think there's about 3 of you online. At £5,600 once. At £5,600 twice. 5,800. 5,800. At 5,008. At 5,008. At 5,800 is bid. At 5,800, the bid now 5,008. Online underbidders, it's been a good battle. I'll tell you what, I'm going to put it on outright sale and I'll take 5,900 next if it helps. At 5,008. And selling. Once, twice. Finishing done at £5,800. Bidder online, 5,800. Sold at 5,800, 1,8402. 1,8402. Your bid sold away at £5,800. Thanking you. Moving on we go to lot number 295 then. Lot number 295, 1986 Chevrolet Corvette. It's the C4, iconic 80s muscle there. Look at that in the red. It looks great. It's just outside the door, I believe. I've seen it as I was coming in. It's done about 97,000 miles on automatic as well. It's got a good history for, and it's also had long-term family ownership. So let's start the bid off. We're going to start with your bid at £4,000 straight in online. At 4,000's bid here for the Corvette. At £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Let's say 4,500 next if we can. At 4,000's bid here. Online bidder at the minute at £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000 for the Corvette, then at just 4. At 4,000, 4,000. Take 2 if we can. For 2, will you? At 4,000, for 2. 4 2's in. Thank you online. You're in and out at 4,200. Underbidder, would you like to go for 4? At 4,002. At 4,200 is the bid now at 4,002. Finishing done then at £4,200. We will submit the bid then at once, twice. Finishing done at 4,004. 4-4's bid. Back in now. Thank you very much online. At £4,400 is with you. At 4,004. At 4,004. Underbidder, would you like to go 4,006? I'm going to count you down anyway. At 4,004. Once, twice. Finished and done at just £4,400. We will submit the bid to the vendor. 165, 165, 28, 165, 28, and that's 4,400 provisional. Moving on down we go. Lot number 296 is up next, and it's 1952. It's the Citroen Avant there. This thing looks great outside the door, doesn't it? I love the look of these. That big, mean-looking grille on the front there as well. Starting me off on this one at just £3,000 today for the Citroen Avant. Anyone interested at 3? £3,000 surely seems worth it to me. 3's bidding away at £3,000. Thank you very much and welcome to you in Switzerland at £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000. At £3,000 is the bid at the minute with the Switzerland bidder at 3,000. Let's go 3-2 next if we can. At 3,000 is bid. Online, would you like to go again? At £3,000 and 2. 3 2's back in. Yorkshire's in now at 3,002. At 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. Switzerland, would you like to go again? At 3,000, 3,002. 3-4. Thailand, this time at £3,000. At 3,004 in Thailand now, at 3,004. International bidding here at £3,400. Take 3-6 next. At 3,004. At 3-4, 3-4, 3-4. 3-6. Oxfordshire. Every bidder's at a different location. At £3,600 is the bid. At 3-6. Who's coming in next? At 3,006. 3-8. Thailand's back in. At 3,008. I'll tell you what, I'm going to put it on sale and we'll go in hundreds. At 3,008. 3-9's next. Bid up nice and quick if you can online. It's off to Thailand at the minute. At 3,008. 3-9. Oxfordshire bidder. At 3-9's bid. At 3,000, 3,009. At 3,000, 3,900 is the bid now at 3.9. Would you like to go 4,000 one more? Last chance. 4. Thailand's back in at £4,000. 4-1. 4,001. Oxfordshire's back in now at 4,001. Thailand, would you like to go 4-2? At 4,001. Finished and done. Counting you down 4-2. At 4-2, 4-2, 4-2. At 4,002. Are we finished and done? Last chance, fair warning. Hammers up. It's going to sell. 4-3's bid. At 4,003. At £4,300 is the bid now at 4,003. I'll take 4-4. At 4-4, 4-4. France is bidding now at £4,400. Around the world is going at £100 is the bid now at 4-4. 4-5. Oxfordshire's in. Staying in the United Kingdom at £4,500. At 4-5 the bid. At 4,000, 4,005. 4-6. It's going back home to France at £4,600 at the minute. At 4,006. At 4,007. At 4,007, Oxfordshire's back in at 4-7. At 4-7, 4-7, 4-7. At 4,700, would you like to go again in France? At £4,700. 4-8. Thailand says, no, I want it. At 4,008. At 4,000, 4,008. 4-9. France is back in now. Mercy. At 4,900 is bid. At 4,009. 4-9 and £5,000. It's as far as my French goes, unfortunately. At £5,000 is the bid. At 5,000, 5,000. Would you like to go again? Last chance. Fair warning. It's going to sell once, twice. Finishing done at £5,000 and 5-1 and 5-2. 2 bidders now. At 5,002. At 5-2 to bid. At 5,002. Go 5-3 one more. At 5,200 once then. 5-3's back in. At 5,300 it's in Oxfordshire again. At 5,003. At 5-3 the bid. At 5,300 a bid then once. twice, finished, done, 4. France bidder is back in now at 5,004. At 5,000, 5,400 a bid. At 5,004. 5,500. 5,500's bid. At 5,500 is the bid now at 5,500. Would anyone else like to go 5,600? At 5,500, hammers up again. Last chance online. We're going online at 5,500 once, twice, and it's gonna sell at £5,500. 5,600. At 5,600 is the bid now, 5,600. The French bidder is back in again at 5,600. Oxfordshire, would you like to go one more? At 5,600. At 5,600 is the bid then once, twice, and off home it goes, off to France at 5,600. Finished and done. Sold at 5,600. 1,8,419. At £5,600. Sold, sold, sold. Got some lovely little updates coming in. Let me get these done a minute before we get too far. Lot number 273 was the Land Rover Defender 90s, now sold away at £12,000. Another Land Rover was 277, the Defender 90, sold away at £10,000. And also the Peugeot 309 GTI, sold away at £6,000. That's what we do at Manor Park, ladies and gentlemen. Please do put your cars into us with confidence, because it's always on sale from the moment it gets here to the moment it leaves. Lot number 297 is this 1984 MGB Roadster. It's only done about 44,000 miles and 3 former keepers on this one. Anyone interested? It's starting me off at £4,000. £4,000 for the MGB. How about 3 to go then? £3,000 surely. Seems reasonable to me. 3's bid in and away at £3,000. Let's go 3,500. At 3,000's bid. Local money here in Cheshire at the minute with you at £3,000 online. 3,500 if you wish to go on. How about 3,200 then? 3,200, I'll take it. We'll go in the small bites. You seem to like that more today at £3,000. At 3,000, we're still there. 3,200's bid. Thank you online at 3,002. 2 Cheshire bidders at the minute at £3,200 is the bid now at 3,002. Would anyone like to go 3,400? At 3,000, 3,002, are we finished and done then at just 3,200? I'll take 4 if you're coming back in. It's your last chance in fair warning online. At 3,200 once, twice, finished and done at £3,200. That's with you online, 9646, 9646. That is a provisional bid online. We will be in touch with you very, very shortly at 3,200 provisionally. Moving on to lot number 298. This time is the 1950 Jaguar Mark V. It's the 3.5 litre saloon, this one. Very rare find in this condition as well. Have a good look. Looks lovely indeed. Believe we've got a telephone on this one. Telephones are just connecting there. Let's start the bidding off on this one then. I don't know. Who's got 10,000 to start? £10,000. 1950s Jaguar. 10,000 to start. Let's go 7,000 then. Won't go any lower on this one. £7,000 if you wish to start. 7's bid. 7's bid online. Let's go 7,500. At 7,000, 7,500 and 8 bid. Online now at £8,000. Go 5 again. At 8,000 is the online bid here at the minute at £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000. And £8,000 is the bid now at 8. Are we finishing done at just £8,000? Take 5 again. Needs to be the bigger bites at this stage. We're still a little way off at 8,005. I'll take 9 if you want to come back in. At 8,005's online. Underbidder, would you like to go 9? Yes, please, they say. 9,000. Lancashire's back in. At £9,000 is the bid. At 9,000, 9,000. Are we finishing done here at £9,000? I'll take 5 if anyone else wants to go again. I will submit the bid to the vendor at £9,000 for the first time. At 9,000, 9,000 for the second time. 9,500's back in. At 9,005. At 9,500, 9,500, 9,500. Take 10. 10's bid. Thank you very much online. And Lancashire bidders back in now at £10,000. At 10's the bid. At 10,000, 10,000. Would you like to go 5 again? At 10,000 is the bid here at £10,000. Are we finished and done then? I'll count you down online. At 10,000 is the bid then once, twice. Finished and done. We'll submit the bid to the vendor at £10,000. Provisionally online, 18,446. Just 1 6, wasn't it? Yeah. Right then, just before we move on to the next one, lot number 289, the Rover Mini MPI, sold away at £5,700. Lot number 299 is another no reserve Mercedes-Benz 190e. Have a good look here then, ladies and gentlemen. No reserve to be sold today. You're in at 1,600. I'm going to have to go 17, 18, 1,900, 2,000, and I'll take 2 next. 2,200's my bid. All right, I'll take 2-3 next. At 2,002 with me. At 2,002. 2-3 if you're coming in. 2-3's bid. 2-4's back to my commission bidder. At 2-4. At 2,004. At 2,000, 2,400 a bid. It's against you all online. It's with my commission bidder at the minute at 2,004. Would anyone else like 2.5? It's gonna sell. No reserve. 2.5. 2.5's here, sir. Would you like to go 2.6? Shakes the head. I seen his hand went up first, that was all. At 2,005 with the gentleman here at 2,005. Are we finished and done? At 2,500, I'm gonna sell once, twice, finished and done at 2.5. Yours, sir, and that is 266. Thank you, 266. £2,500. Moving on to lot number 300, I'm going to go over to Steve Berry, sadly, for the last time today.
Never mind. Just try to live with it. Now, back there, we've got a Jag, but this isn't a Jag, it's a Stag. I've just been talking to the cameraman. I'll move to one side and let him show you just what a handsome car it is. Look at it. It looks, yes, we know that the Stag had issues back in the day, but like a lot of cars that had issues, time has healed. We've found solutions to problems that may have existed. Now, the problem with this car was that it's, well, what year is it, this one? 1972. Goodness me, over 50 years old, over half a century old. And so it needed a revamp. It needed a refresh. In fact, it needed a total restoration. And that's exactly what it got. A bare metal restoration, new sills, new panels, a rust-free bonnet, doors, everything. The guy went through it, stem to stern, top to bottom. No expense was spared. We have a file detailing at least 30,000 quid's worth of expenditure on this Stag. And you could just go around and look at it. I mean, the respray alone must have cost a hefty amount. And just look at these mini-light style wheels and these big, gorgeous, fat Yokohama tyres. They fill that wheel well so much better than the original wheels. I like a Jag, I like a Stag, and if there's a Stag that I like, it's this one. Somebody today is going to benefit from the enormous amount of time, effort, and cold hard cash that somebody put into this car. Tom, somebody is absolutely going to bag a Stag today.
I had a good look around this one as well. It looks absolutely great indeed. And out of all the Stags we've had today, it's probably one of my favorite ones in the auction. Ness is asking for £7,000 online. It seems reasonable to me. Anyone interested to start me off at £7,000? 7,000 to get it going. £7,000 surely. Seven's bid online. Thank you very much, online bidder. Let's go 7.5. At 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000 is the bid now at 7,000. At 7,000 with the online bid at the minute at £7,000. At 7,000, 7,005. At 7,005, Staffordshire's in. At 7,005, 8,000, thank you, sir. At £8,000, right-handed. At 8,000 is bid. At 8,000, 8,000, would you like to go 5? At £8,000 is the bid. I'll take 250 if it helps you out at £8,000. Let's go in the quarters on this one. Only a couple of lots today. 8,250. 8,250's bid. Gentleman's bid. At 8,250 here. 8.5. 8.5. 750, sir? 8,750 here. Now seated. Thank you very much. 9,000's bid. At 9,000, 9,000. Another 250? 9,250. At 9,250 we're bid. It's all in the room. 9.5. At 9,005. 9,750? 9,750, okay, gets the nod. Shaking the head. It's with the gentleman seated at £9,750 at the minute. At 9,750, 9,750. At £9,750, telephone, would you like to go 10? At 9,750 is bid. At 9,750, 10's bid on the phone. 10 on the phone now. Telephone bid at 10. At 10,000, would you like another quarter, sir? 10,250, thank you very much. 10,250, gentleman's bid. At 10,250 is the bid at the minute. At 10,250, 10,250. 10.5. It's on sale from this point, ladies and gentlemen, at 10.5 on the phone. At 10.5, would you like 10.750? 10.750, okay. At 10.750. 11,000. Can I go 11.2 just to make it a little easier for me? At 11,000 on the phone, would you like 11.2? 11.2. 11.4's next. 11,002. At 11,200, we're bid. 11.4. Tough phone bidder today, sir. 11.4 back in. At 11,004, would you like 11.6? 11.6. Nods okay. At 11,006. 11.8. 11,008 on the telephone. 11,008. Next bid's 12. Thank you very much, sir. £12,000. At 12,000 is the bid. 12.2. 12.2. Telephones back in. It is a great example of a Stag indeed. At £12,200 is on the telephone. Take 10.4? 10.4, thank you. 10.4's bid. Sorry, 12.4. Confusing myself. Long day. 12.6? Go on, 12.6. We come this far. I've got to be fair to the gentleman who's come all this way. 12.6, thank you. On the phone at 12,006. I tried to out you out there, sir. At 12,006. Would you like 12.8? 12.8, okay. 12.8. No drop in the increment on this one. It sells to the highest. 13. 13,000. At 13,000's bid. At 13,000, 13,000. Having a good conversation. Would you like 2? 13.2. 13.2's bid. At 13,002. At 13,200, are you finished and done on the telephone? 13.4, tough bidder on the phone at £13,400. 13.4. I think they're slowing up, sir. Would you like to go 13.6? 13.6, okay. At 13,006. At 13,600. 13.8. 13,800's back in. At 13.8, 13.8. At 13,800. Are you finished? Are you done? One more? Thank you very much. 14,000's bid. At £14,000. At 14,000. Gonna have to speed you up on the phone. At 14,000. Can't do it. We've come twos. This gentleman's come this way. 14.2's next. At £14,000, I need 2. It's come all this way into it. 14.2? 14.2, okay. At 14.2. At 14.2. Next bid's 14.4. At £14,200 we're bid. Would you like to go 14.4? 14.4. At 14.4. Next bid's 14.6. At 14,400. Shakes the head. Yours, sir. At 14,400. No one else is coming in. Once, twice, finished and done. Yours. 14.4. Thank you very much. 14,400. 516, did you say? 516. Okay. Right, just before we do this last lot, ladies and gentlemen, I have just been handed a telephone. So if anyone has lost a telephone today, could you just come up and let me know? And if you could tell me what's on your background or something like that, you can have it back, all right? So come and see me after the auction. I've got the phone here with me. So we'll do the last lot. And if you feel free, if you've lost the phone today, check your pockets because someone probably is going, losing their mind. But there we go.
Tom, it's mine. Somebody's picked it up while I'm talking to you. Somebody's gone, oh, somebody's lost the phone. Because I've gone to where I put it and it's gone. So I thought somebody nicked it. I knew that wouldn't happen at Manor Park because we have a higher class of client, don't we? So instead of being stolen like it might have been in my native Manchester, somebody kindly handed it in.
And a massive thank you to that person as well for your kind generosity as well. There we go. Lot number 301. The last ride home today is this lovely 1966. And I think it's probably my favorite vehicle in this sale. Ford Mustang GT, iconic American muscle car. It looks absolutely gorgeous in that red as well. Someone start me off on this one. Has anyone got £10,000 to start on the Mustang now? 10,000. 10's bid online. Straight away. Let's go 10.5. We'll go in 500s for now. 10.5 if anyone wants to come in. 10.5's online. 11,000. 11's bid. 11.5. At 11,005 and 12 bid. At 12,000, 12,000. At 12.5. At 12,005 and 13 bid. Now 13,000's online. At 13.5. At 13.5, keep going. At 13.5 and 14's bid. At 14,000, 14,005. At 14.5. At 14,500 is the bid now at 14.5. At 14.5 and 15. At 15,000, 15,000. At 15,005. At 15.5 is the bid now at 15,005. Are you coming back in for 16? At 15.5 is bid on the Mustang. At 16,000 is the bid. At 16,000, 16,000. Would you like to go 5 again? At £16,000 a bid. Last ride home here at £16,000 and have a good look. It looks excellent there under all the lights at 16.5. At 16.5 is bid. At 16,500. Would anyone else like to come in for 17? 17. You changed place a lot, sir. 17,000. 17.5. At 17.5. 18's bid. Thank you again. At £18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. It's against you online. Would you like to go another 5? At £18,000 with the gentleman here. It's your last chance in fair warning today. At £18,000, I'll take the 200. 18.5, all right. 18.5. Would you go 19? 19.5. 2 room bidders here. 19,000. We'll go 2s from this point then. 19.2. 19.2. 19.4. Shakes the head at 19,400 were bid. This gentleman here at 19.4. Next bid's 19.6 if you're coming in. At 19.4, 19.4. Are you finished and done? Online, you're thinking about it. I can see you hovering at home. At 19.4 with the gentleman here, we got to be fair. At 19,400 for the first time. At 19,400 for the second time. Finished? Done. £19,400. 19.4. We're very close, sir. I was almost going to put it on selfie. What was it, 94 then? 94. £19,400. I'm pretty sure they'll get a deal done and over the line with you on that. It would have been nice to hammer away the last lot of the day, but we shall move on. And ladies and gentlemen, that is today's sale. Finished and done for the week. We got lots of dates coming up your way. We've got our next Hampshire sale is on the 8th of November. On the 12th of November, we have the Platinum auction. We have a 1960 Maserati 350 GT there. We have the BMW 3-litre there. We got some lovely Ferraris over there. Lots more cars and bikes coming as well. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for bidding on today's auction. We look forward to seeing you at next time. We've been Manor Classics, and have a great rest of your weekend.